working? Looks like it is. Hey guys, Lost Wolf here. Welcome to my playthrough of Assassin's Creed. I guess this is part 15. I finished the game. We're gonna do Discovery Tour and learn about the history of the Vikings. And we're gonna get through it pretty quick. It's pretty long. Continue? Donnie's like chilling as usual. Nice, man. After Fallout, thanks for the hydrate. Ah, delicious. Alright. I thought this mode would be pretty quick, but it's actually quite lengthy. I'm going to try to get through it as fast as I can. I'm trying to figure out which one I finished and which one I haven't. So we finished the first three. 100%ed them. Let's go into the west. We're still going to play as, what's his name? Thorenstein. Into the west. In a race against time and elements, Thorenstein and Gunhilda must gather the final people and provisions and a new navigator for their journey across the sea, or risk losing everything for the dream that will never come to pass. So this mode is more like a non-combat interactive Viking history lesson, which is... I dig it. Into the west. Abas, Norway. Somewhere in Norway. I'm gonna pronounce that.
I can't take you with us, Sigmund. I'm not risking the lives of my men and wife to these sunstones.
You're making a mistake. With Frodi gone, I'm the best navigator you'll find this time of year, and you know it.
You've already deceived us once with your tales of magic pebbles. I'm not letting you steer us into rocks again. Without Frode to guide you, you're as good as blind.
So you'd rather trust whales and winds than your own Fialach? Bjorn was right about you. Try sailing across the sea in this weather. You won't get past the shore. Not without a skilled sailor.
You're absolutely right. I do need a navigator. But you weren't one to begin with.
Alright, let's see. New learnings unlocked. Is there anything here? No, nothing on this island, so I guess we'll just continue. Take command of your ship. For ancient Scandinavian, ocean was more than a massive body of water. It was also a spiritual entity with its own personality as well as the world in itself. Mysteries, magic, danger, and a promise of exciting challenges. Ooh. Alright. Let's reach that location. I guess we're sailing. Let's ask for a song.
Well,
No good.
Frode's betrayal
I guess
cuts
no
deeper
song.
with each navigator we're forced to turn away.
He got an offer he couldn't refuse. Wouldn't you choose to sail with a great sea king given the chance?
I already am. Regardless, Frode broke his word. Now we have no navigator and no men in the middle of the sailing season. How are we supposed to cross the sea?
Trick is waiting for us in Notfall with our supplies. He might have heard of someone trustworthy.
Notfall folk dread the great waters more than a feral cat. They'll be of no use in the upcoming storm. No. I'll ask my mother. She knows everyone in Ekundarson.
Okay, let's see. Where to go? Okay, just sail there.
The clan to join us there.
Is it wise for you to go? They might not agree to sail with a woman aboard.
I'm sure my charms will outweigh their fears.
just playing.
On ocean steed, my words
They're basically here. Let's row.
Odin's mead I forth will bring.
Trick looks busy with our supplies. Good man.
I'll be off then, to find the men we need.
Be swift, my love. We'll meet you in Ekundersund once the boat is loaded.
Oh, whoops. There. The model dock. Nutrition on board. Nutrition on voyage could be challenging, but ancient Scandinavian sailors were able to eat largely depended on where they were sailing, on the high seas or near the coasts. I wonder what their diets are. Hey, Tig.
Trick. I gather these crates are full of dried cod?
They are. And the other ones have hard bread, meat, and wool canvases for the crew.
Excellent. You have served us well for many years now, Trick. Faithfully.
I can't say it was a pleasure, but you've treated me with respect. I'm grateful for it. Now, I hope my debt has been paid.
In full. Are you sure I can't tempt you to come with us? Your help would be invaluable.
Shackles here versus shackles across the sea? Tough choice to make.
Oh, you misunderstand me. I free you, here and now. But if you return to me willingly as a slave, you can purchase a place amongst my crew. Once we're established in the land across the sea, I'll free you for good, and take you as my partner in trade.
Not many slaves would get an offer like that. Well then, let's get these supplies on board before the storm hits us.
As Thornstein and Tig load the ship, Gunnahilda makes her way towards Elk Understurm. Oh, I gotta play as her this time. Okay. Alright, since I feel like we got all
Four
the
legs are faster than two.
Anima taboos, I feel like a lot of learnings are unlocking for me as well. Alright, some animals were taboo in the seafaring world. The bad luck they could bring upon a sailor was so serious that it was forbidden to mention their names aboard a ship or even to cross their paths on the way to shore. Oh. Okay, taking a horse to Elk understood would save some time, but it's not without risk. Oh, let me read that quest. Why did it disappear so quick? Not without risk. It's telling me to, but I don't get it. Should I? I'm just gonna walk away, just in case. Real Vikings don't need horse. So it might take a while.
Mother will be happy to see me.
To have been visited by Goddess Freya herself. Come, embrace your mother.
Mother, it's been a while.
Far too long. The sheep miss you, Gunhilda. They can't bear the thought of losing you to the land across the sea.
They might not have to.
Whatever is troubling you, my love, we will remedy it.
We need more men. The clan we recruited has decided to remain on land. We're left with no navigator nor crew.
Some clans have just returned from the sea. I've seen them camp nearby. I can take you to them, but you'll have to be persuasive.
Do you doubt my abilities, Mother?
I wouldn't dare. You've always had wits sharper than Gungnir. I can only hope that just like Odin's spear, you will return to me.
You know we must go where our opportunities lie. This land is overcrowded. We want our own fields, to harvest our own crops.
All right, I won't push any further. Your father will be happy.
And you won't be?
My heart broke the day you left our home.
Okay, let's see. Let's follow her, I guess.
We've arrived. Go on, love.
Thank you, Mother.
Let's slowly follow her. Sorry, I was doing some business.
Free men of Eikundarsund, heed my call. We are looking for those brave enough to defy the whale road with us. You, will you come with us?
It's bad luck to sail with a woman. I won't sail with you.
Good. We'd have no use for your lack of judgment. Bondi, join us.
My men and I have just returned from years of Viking with Guthrum's warband. It's time for us to tend to our...
When do you leave?
Today,
Wow, so
Have
last
you
minute.
sailed before?
my husband sailed with Harald Jarl himself. He sailed enough for both of us.
I've learned to be wary of boastful spirits. Your word alone isn't enough.
How can I convince you to accompany us?
Well, why are you leaving our northern land?
Yeah, that's too cold for Coppergate. Is not enough land. Yeah.
My husband is a second son. If we were to stay, our farm will pass to his eldest brother, and we'll be left with nothing.
I understand that all too well. My men and I have found this temporary campsite, but we've got nowhere to go.
Then come with us.
It does sound tempting. Would you have enough supplies for all my men?
Yeah, that's an important thing. Meat and dried fish and wool. Yeah, dried fish is important.
My husband is loading the meat and the dried fish aboard our ship as we speak. We'll have plenty for everyone.
How will we be sleeping?
We'll protect ourselves with wool canvases.
That should be enough. How will you find your way across the sea?
I feel like these are not good enough elements.
We'll observe the signs Midgard has given us.
We need a navigator.
The birds, the currents, the stars. The spirits will show us the way.
You're right. I can help you around these shores, but in the midst of the wave world, we'll need an actor.
We? Have you decided to come?
I have. You speak true, and my men are ready to settle.
I'm honored. Gather your men and your things. I'll take you to our ship.
Sweet.
I should know better than to ever doubt you. You excel what?
There's little to stand in your way when you aim for the sky. Stiger's clan will accompany us. But we remain short.
I thought of someone while loading the ship.
Who?
You'll need to trust me. But we must reach Heloia first. And
Oh.
fast. The storm is
I
imminent.
bet you it's the
I know where Heloia is.
Then lead the way.
it's the guy we banished. We're gonna need him. Oh no. How the tables have turned. Mysteries of the shore. Shore Islands full of social activities such as fishing, trading when possible was a welcome sight for homes. It also held special significance in the mind of ancient Scandinavia as a place of both magical and sacred.
We must exit the fjord. Sail right.
Is that right? Oh. I don't have a okay. I don't have a waypoint this time.
Now straight ahead towards the setting sun.
Oh, okay. Seafaring. I feel like it's dangerous. The best medieval Scandinavian navigator didn't rely on physical objects such as sunstones. They drew on ancestral traditions and personal experience to hone their seafaring skills.
Now, get closer to the shore, but make sure to keep the rocks on your left and the land on your right. We don't want to damage the hull.
Hey Jay, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. Past the rock between the islands. Okay. Which rock? There's two rocks. Oh, what the? Ah, okay, that's outside. Not supposed to go there. What rocks are you talking about? Follow the shore? Did I go somewhere wrong? Did I mess up?
Embrace the shore until you see a tower of ice.
Okay, looks like I'm going the right way.
There! The ice tower! Sail towards it! But beware, we're in shallow waters now.
Okay, I think I've been here in the other game before.
Well done. Now we're going to pass a small island filled with sea lions.
Huh, okay. This is it. What is up there? I see like a red mark. I think it's the red mark. Maybe.
Past the Sea Lion's Island. Our destination is ahead.
But I see no sea lions.
Do not lose your course through the storm. Do you see the light? Go towards it. It's our destination.
All right. There it is.
We've arrived! This is Helloya!
I have no idea where that is, but sure. Yeah, I totally think it's gonna be him. He lives all the way out here by himself. He lost everything. Probably bitter. He probably hates me, but he's gonna become my navigator somehow.
You shouldn't be here.
Yeah,
Bjorn.
it's Bjorn.
Brother, I've come to...
Brother, when have we ever been brothers?
We were in the same Filak, Bjorn. We've sworn oaths to respect, support, and protect each other. They still hold true for me.
Those oaths were broken long before my exile, Thorstein, by both of us. You might have forgotten, but I've had years of solitude to remember.
Ah, your scorn would be the death of us all. I haven't forgotten, but I refuse to let the past haunt my future. Maybe you should do the same.
Yeah, get over it. It was your fault in the first place.
We need you, Bjorn. Join us. Lead us through the salted mountains.
Is this a trick? Why come to me?
Can't you trust that not everyone is deceitful? No other sea rider tames the waves like you do.
Now that I can't believe.
Take me to your ship then, and we'll leave this wretched place.
I see you've made a true sea king of yourself.
It wasn't always pleasant, but I haven't been idle.
It must be nice to have Harald's support.
Mostly Gunhilda's. But yes,
Yeah, you have no choice but come with me. You live out by yourself.
You haven't changed.
That's
Still
enough
is-
from you. Leave us.
Merciless as the northern sea.
I know what you're going to say.
Yet it didn't stop you from making such a foolish decision.
Oh, she didn't
Would
approve
have
my
never
decision.
agreed.
And with good reason. How are you so quick to forget?
I'm not.
I don't trust him.
Neither do I. But he's in that boat as well. He won't put us all in danger.
And
Oh,
after
would he?
that,
After that, we'll part ways. The Isle of Britannia has plenty of land to spare.
may the gods hear you.
Alright, conditions on board. Cramped quarters on board a longship were a real issue for crew members that would be forced to occupy severely limited space, sometimes for several weeks at a time. Something as simple as sleeping can be a logistic nightmare. Oh man, I don't know how they do it back in the days.
Towards the eye of the storm! Brace yourselves! The road is treacherous!
Alright, I have a waypoint now, so we're good to go. With the help of Bjorn, an old foe turned ally, and Stigger's crew, Thorstein and Gunhilda, are set to depart. As they sail toward the new lands, will they be able to leave with shared enemies behind, or will the past return to haunt them? Into the West completed. Journey begun. What unlock? Early medieval horse. Fine mount. Yeah, so you get all this in the base game, which is kind of cool. Alright. A bar for peace. 7 years have passed. Brother Eldrick, now a confidant of the king Alfred, has been Gunrum's hostage at Chippenham for 5 months in order to win his freedom. He must convince Gunrum to seek peace, which the aging Jarl is loath to do. Okay. A barter for peace. Brother Eldrick has been Gunrum hostage for many months, while the tide of battle has turned in Alfred's favor. Now, Alfred has besieged the Danes' army at Chippenham, and all await his final word. Will it be something, something, something?
Praise be to God, the Most High. Glory of glory. Lord of
878 CE. Chippendale. Anglo-Saxon
Show your
Britain.
grace and forgiveness to those who need it most.
Guthrum Jarl approaches.
For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
Elrich, are you done speaking with your god for now?
My dialogue with him is constant, my lord, even if my lips are not moving.
My lord this, my lord that. Oh, you Saxons are quick to bend the knee. Perhaps it's why you make such excellent prisoners.
And yet King Alfred's army of Saxons has you surrounded.
Yes, well. I had expected him to send for you, but 5 months and more he has left you here with no word. Perhaps you...
For what man knows the things of a man except the spirit which is in him?
Or perhaps he finds your habit of quoting dead men as insufferable.
I doubt that very much, my lord.
Come, walk with me. It must be almost time for you to pray again. I'll speak plainly. I've kept my men from pillaging Chippenham so that Alfred will have no quarrel with me should he retake his home.
I see.
Do you?
Military leadership. Leadership was crucial in times of war. Each war band's leader was responsible for the behavior of his men. Without leadership, warriors might succumb to the urge to pillage and conquer towns. This could lead to destructive infighting. Ooh.
I will be at your mercy instead of you at mine. Can I trust you to speak on my behalf, or do Saxons cling to their grudges as dearly as Vidar?
Christ demands we show others the mercy he has already shown us. You have nothing to fear from me, my lord.
Well, we shall see.
Alright.
You served under Alfred for many years. Tell me, how does he keep the loyalty of his men? After so many years of defeat, surely his soldiers would join another army.
King Alfred's role has been ordained by God. To desert him would be to go against divine will.
There are no contests of strength, no challenges to his rule.
Why would there be? He alone is destined to lead us until God chooses otherwise.
There may be something to this religion of yours after all.
The community of Chippenham in Wiltshire likely began as a Roman settlement. It was occupied by Anglo-Saxons in the 7th century and captured by Vikings in the 9th. Okay, that makes sense. Oops. I can pet dogs. Even as a monk, I love dogs. Bark, bark. schematics, how's it going? I see you putting some units for stream raiders. I appreciate that. How are you doing, man? How's your day been going?
What is going on here?
No. The relic. It's gone.
Uh-oh.
I want every Saxon in this place searched head to toe.
Wait!
Remember your place, Saxon.
These people have been here since the siege began. They've no reason to steal, not now, and nowhere to flee if they did.
Who did it?
You accuse my men?
I accuse no one. Let me speak with those present. I will find the thieves.
No. You will return to your cell immediately. I will discover who is responsible before Alfred hears of it and decides to retake Chippenham by force.
Oh no. Come on, monk. Use talk no jitsu.
One of these people must have seen something.
Nice, I was doing well. Nice, man. Looking forward to your anniversary stream. At the time of the Battle of Eddington, the so-called Great Heathen Army has been in England for over a decade. Vikings had invaded Wessex at least 3 times in that period. Alfred was fighting an enemy who knew their way around. Oh no. That's the worst. And then Viking warfare. Medieval Scandinavian raiding parties and war bands were vicious in battle. Their prowess was less due to numbers or equipment than cunning tactics. They used carefully timed ruses and deception to distract and overwhelm their foes. Altars. Wait, is there another one? Altars were church structures made of stones or wood, depending on which priest made offerings. They ranged in sizes, held precious relics, and were key to certain Christians' ritual, including the mask. Alright, let's talk to everybody here.
My apologies, but did you happen to witness anyone exiting the church with items?
Surely I did. Some Saxons came here and took everything they could, carrying it all off to the butcher's house.
That seems strange. Good Christians would have no reason to take what is theirs all...
Are you questioning my honor?
Merely making an observation. Thank you for your candor.
Alright.
Sister, did you see who took the relic and the rest of the gold?
I saw nothing. Now leave me alone.
She's very suspicious.
Young one, did you see anyone carrying items of gold from the chapel?
I saw some men in furs and armor hiding things under their cloaks. They were talking about leaving Chippenham at night and said...
You have done our Lord a tremendous service, child. Guthrum should know what I found. Tell me, brother, did you see who stole from the chapel?
Don't ask me. Please, just...
We need to find out what happened to the relic.
Guess I don't want any trouble. Alright, Christianization. There is a difference between conversion and Christianization. In conversion, one could recognize Christ as divine and keep one's heathen's way. Christianization involves a change in worldview and daily ritual. What? I guess convert, you'd be converted, and Christianity is that you can see it objectively? Is that how it works? Okay, let's head here. Let's try to collect as much as we can. Scouts before a storm. Before invading territory, it was important for the would-be conquerors to learn the lay of the land. The Viking first sent scouts and traders to gather information on the places they intend to raid. Makes sense. They need to know their surroundings before they invade, right? Alright, let's listen to this. The Dark Ages were only dark in name.
As it turns out, early medieval times were full of colours, from paintings and clothing to flowers and vegetables. To break the prejudice against this time period, artists, modelers, and texturers made sure to implement vivid colours where they could. But as always, it's a fine balance to find between gameplay needs and historical accuracy. In some cases, developers chose to stick with one colour, despite historians' complaints. You should never mess with a historian. For example, Pigs and carrots in AC Valhalla are pink and white, respectively, although pigs at the time were brownish in complexion, and carrots, well, they had a wide range of colours, from white to purple. This choice helps with comprehension of the world, but also for consistency when certain objects are used in gameplay, such as the explosive red oil jars. Hence, one distinct colour makes items easily identifiable.
Very insightful. Alright, we got some stuff here. Vikings usually raided during the summer. They would sail to sea, then come back home in time to harvest their crops. Sometimes, however, they need to find shelter abroad for the winter months. Can I go in here?
I need to check the butcher's house.
Make it sound like that's very easy to do. Okay, well, let's gather some stuff. Anglo-Saxon homes. Anglo-Saxon homes were built using different techniques, but shared the same three materials: timberwood, wattle, and dwab. Things are pretty close. It makes me want to just check them out. Landscaping England. If a tree is in the game and no one is around to see it, does it really exist?
To replicate England's diverse flora was no small feat. The developers wanted it to be accurate and help players navigate the map. First, the world design team created a season map. England was divided into 4 areas, each allocated a season. Each season had its own variety of vegetation, from grass to trees, and its own humidity layer, which helped determine the type of soil in each area: lush, dry, or wetland. With these in hand, the level artists and designers could implement the right type of flora in the world and create different landscapes using rocks and trees. Therefore, one region could have diverse but coherent scenery, engaging players in exploring the map meticulously.
Huh. That's cool. I love the behind the scenes stuff. Alright. Character unlocked. Ivar the Boneless. Ooh, that guy. Very eccentric and crazy. Alright, can't go to the front door, so let's go through here.
These people have nothing, not even firewood. I'll find no hidden relic here.
Alright. Climbing. Easy, pass over objects. So it's teaching me how to climb.
Child said that thieves went to the big house next to the Great Hall.
So do I need to go up? Or is there a path? Ah, I see the path inside. Bjorn, look for a true Sing, key honor. Thorstein, Oathbreaker lies. Bjorn is a good sea rider warrior who'll bring us many riches. Welcome to home in our Feelike Maryard. I trust them. Okay, so these people are connected somehow.
Out of the mouth of babes.
What were you able to get? Not much. They're guarding the food carefully now. Should have enough for 2 or 3 days.
Before Alfred's war dogs arrive, gather the gold into sacks and let no one see you.
It shall be as you say, Bjorn Jarl.
I like the sound of that.
Oh, Bjorn, he's the terrible bad guy. It's him. Okay. So he's responsible for stealing it. Then where is Thorstein then? Oh no, Bjorn's gonna get wrecked. I am the super priest. The Tattletale. I'm a tell on you. Oop. Sorry. Let me get into your body somehow. How do I talk to you?
My lord, I found the missing gold and the relic of Ely.
I told you to return to your cell, Elrich. I will not brook disobedience, not from my men and not from you.
Say you found a relic, but don't mention Bjorn. Let's do that.
I found the relic with all the missing gold and silver. I also overheard your men talking about fleeing Chippenham and leaving you to face Alfred's wrath alone.
What? Who spoke of these plans?
No one whose honor I would impugn before the sight of God.
Your piety may cost me my throne. Very well. I will discover the truth without you. Now return to your cell. Do not let me lay eyes on you until you come at my command.
Yes, my lord.
Alright, I'm pretty sure he's gonna find out it's Bjorn anyways. So, at least less guilty conscience on my part, right?
I need to return to my room. Guthrum abhors disobedience.
Well, I already disobeyed him and found out who it was.
Get inside, monk. I won't be held accountable by Guthrum if you disobey him again.
Man, let's leave me a switch in here. Hey.
Good morrow, Bjorn. Have you come to join me in prayer?
Never, monk. Guthrum Jarl wants to speak with you in the Longhouse. Bring your golden idol. You'll need it before long.
Oh no. Did we find a relic?
Bjorn is waiting. I should not stoke his impatience. It's time to travel again, old friend. This relic carries a shard of the one true cross, if you doubt its potency.
I've no interest in your miss. What I want to know is why you didn't tell Guthrum who was involved in the theft.
Should a child be punished for every misstep they take while trying to learn the rules of their world?
I'm no child.
We are all children in our walk with Christ, Bjorn. Especially those who have not yet begun to follow him.
Spare me your sermons, monk. But my men and I owe you, so thanks.
It's time to travel again, old friend.
What? Alright. I guess he wasn't found out, but they found it again. I like how even in this mode you can make choices.
Me, my lord?
Your king has finally sent for you. Alfred has delivered the terms of my surrender and I have accepted. You are no longer my prisoner.
Thank you, my lord. I will remember you in my prayers.
One moment, Elrich. I admit the insights I gleaned into the Saxon mind through our discussions made Alfred's terms easier to swallow. He wants me to be baptized, to become a Christian king. It is...
Of course, any who come to the Lord are welcome. Hopefully in time, you will appreciate the many other gifts God offers beyond mere power as well.
Mere power? Hold your tongue, monk. With the treaty signed, you'll leave by the main gate. A horse awaits you. Now go before I change my mind.
Yes, my lord.
Oh. Peacemaking, peacekeeping. Peace like warfare was a political tool. Rather than a complete lack of violence, the Anglo-Saxons considered peace to mean that at a precise moment, in a specific place, two parties made peace for as long as both sides agreed to it. The Truce of Wetton. In the aftermath of the Battle of Eddington, the Viking chieftain Gudrun and 30 of his companions were baptized at Aller, where Alfred held his court. Following the baptism, Gudrun pledged to withdraw his troops from Wessex. Oh, okay. So the Danes are getting baptized and are joining the Saxons. Trust and oath-keeping. Oaths would often be sworn to settle conflict. In the Christian world, those pledges were generally made on relics or other sacred objects, such as an altar or a book of the gospel.
I'd better meet the messenger before Guthrum changes his mind.
Okay, so just return the relic, become baptized, and Gudrun will be able to rule these lands. I see that, Cal. Okay, before we head there, let's see if I can grab some of these things. Can I jump down from here? There's like a certain height they only let you jump down from. A warrior's tool. Warrior's social status determine the quality of their equipment. The wealthier a soldier was, the better equipped they would be for battle. That guy's pretty special. Use protection. The strongest defense is a swift and decisive offense.
Shields played an important role in the Viking and Anglo-Saxon fighting techniques, and in AC Valhalla as well. Used in the game to differentiate clans and factions, each one has its own shape, paint model, colour pattern, and emblem. A new gameplay element was also added, the shield degradation. With each hit, an enemy's shield loses a piece until it's destroyed, and players can also now attack using their shields. Little known fact, it was common for vendors to walk around the battlefield, supplying clients with replacement shields and weapons. What can we say? Vikings were resourceful, though it's not a job I would have wanted.
Huh. Okay, let's go here really quick. Horse and warfare. In Anglo-Saxon era, there were little difference of stats between foot soldiers and warriors who rode on horses. These distinctions would come a few centuries later in the Middle Ages. Oh man, I'm missing several. Can I zoom in? Oh, is it? Oh, I'd be coming to there later on. Let me see if there's any other places. I think that's it. Oh, and up here too. Jorvik. That's later on. Okay, so I still got some collecting to do, but not as much. Alright, the assassin's artillery. Sword, bow, and axe. Why choose when you can have them all?
200 unique weapon models were designed for AC Valhalla. After thorough historical research, modelling artists had the difficult task of designing realistic but spectacular weapons. Talk about a brain twister. Well, that's a good name for a weapon, actually. The flail was also added to the arsenal as a unique form of weaponry, even though flails weren't used by soldiers in battle, but by peasants during harvest. To enjoy these weapons even more, new fighting styles were created. Players can now fight with a weapon in each hand, the dual wielding, or hit foes with their shield, sort of like a dual shielding.
Dual shielding. Okay, let's go. This is the messenger, right? Who's the messenger? Hi.
It is King Alfred who must claim this great victory, though of course God strength. Brother Elrich, I was told to wait on you. King Alfred desired.
Let us not keep the good king waiting. What news in Winchester since Christmas?
Too much.
Military organization. Before the reign of King Alfred, there were many ways to summon soldiers to battle. Each king essentially had a private army, but collecting everyone took time, meaning they were often slow to respond to Viking attacks.
But the battle at Eddington was won, and soon the countryside will be free for all good Wessex men to till and plough as before.
For so many years of war, the land seems all but untouched.
Yea, nature's beauty has taken not nearly so hard a beating as we have.
It's a pleasure to see it again as a free man.
Battle of Eddington. A key event in English history was the Battle of Eddington. There, King Alfred of Wessex led his men against those of Gunnrum, a strong Viking chieftain whose men has dwelled in and plundered the West Saxons' lands for several years.
How does he celebrate his triumph?
With more plans and late-night discussions. I've never seen a man smile so little when reporting such a great victory.
He's right to be wary. Guthrum is not tamed yet.
If you say so. His ferocity seemed to be at an ebb when I delivered King Alfred's terms.
I pray you are right. It would be well if we are done with war for his sake and ours.
I'll drink to that, brother.
Alright, there's stuff here that I should probably... Oh, I have to dismount. Okay. Dividing the land. The structure of land ownership in Anglo-Saxon territories was slowly shifting prior to Scandinavians' arrival and conquest. Large estates were splintering into smaller pieces of territory. And then there's a piece that's up here as well. I got a new character, Odin. Okay, Stream Raiders ready. I got a megalith. A megalith is a massive prehistoric stone used in a monument. Megaliths likely played a role in the religious rites of ancient society. Alright, let's continue on. Oh, what the? Oh, there's one here. As the Scandinavians occupied territories in Anglo-Saxon Britain, their population grew. This growth in the number of people was matched by a rise in agricultural production. Yeah, this place has a really good land things. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's go. Alright. This new location has a bunch of stuff. Gotta dismount to interact with them. Castles designed to be invaded.
The castles of England were meant to be seen from afar by anyone seeking refuge. Except rulers didn't really account for their castles also attracting Vikings. All fortified areas in AC Valhalla were inspired by the castles the development team visited while in England. Portchester, Derby, Goodrich, Housesteads, the Roman fort at Hadrian's Wall. They nearly bankrupted the project just in the gift shops alone. The Castell Trefaldwyn in Wales inspired the fictional Corstow Castle, a fort in the Shropshire region. In AC Valhalla, castles are a telltale sign of great bounty to collect during raids, and lords will often retreat behind a castle's protective walls when fleeing from Eivor. Oh, they can run, but they can't hide. Well, I mean, they...
Dang, I did off there a bit early.
King Alfred awaits you inside.
Thank you for ensuring my safe return.
Alright, cool. Now I can go around here a little bit.
Alfred will be waiting on my return.
Let's see where everything is first. What was a king? The Anglo-Saxon word for king was signing, the foremost member of a group who represented and symbolized all his kin. Family, clan, tribe. At first, Anglo-Saxon kings didn't rule over a territory, but a constellation of social groups. Oh. Coins from this period suggest that new mints were established between 871 and 878 CE, including one in Winchester. King Alfred was minting coins with a greater amount of silver. Old English literature. Alfred's subjects struggled to understand the Bible because it was written in Latin. To help his people access the scriptures, Alfred promoted Christian literature written in their mother tongue, Old English. Before I go in there, let's get this one. So I don't have to worry about it later on. The Old Minster. The Old Minster was the first cathedral or bishop seat of Winchester. The first bishop to settle there was Wine. A Saxon Wine would eventually become the Bishop of London. There's also one in here too. Oh no, I'm getting sidetracked. King Alfred has won an important battle at Ennington. However, it was his tactics after winning the battle that showed his political genius. By having Gudrun, his vanquished enemy, baptized, Alfred cemented a lasting victory. Should I go out? Let's not go too far for now. Until I'm finished with this area. The Winten. In Anglo-Saxon Britain, it was expected that kings and queens would be consulted by a group of powerful nobles. The Winten, or wise men, would gather in assembly, Guillemot, to advise the ruler on their decisions. Checkmate. 3D modeling. Waging a war is much like playing a game of chess.
AC Valhalla is set during a very tense political climate. English kingdoms were fighting one another, as well as trying to ward off Viking attacks at the same time. Hence, maps are displayed in the game as battle plans. To help players visualize friends and foes, chess pieces were designed. The 3D modeling team first created items inspired by an early Scandinavian chess set, the Njevertapel, which was combined with the Lewis chess pieces. Recently found in Scotland, they were crafted out of walrus tusk and whale teeth in the 12th century. This design merged English and Scandinavian heritage into a unique item.
Alright, let's collect the relic. I don't even know how I got here, because I didn't even see it get transported. Let's go... Let's go in here, I guess. Reton Hall. Hey, King Alfred.
Brother Elrich, you are returned to me at last.
By God's grace, it is so.
And by mine. I was the one who included your safe passage in the terms of Guthrum's surrender.
Then I am grateful to you as well, my lord.
And you have returned with the relic of Ely. I was ready to chase the Danes to recover it, but I see you have the matter well in hand.
With Guthrum's aid, yes.
You speak kindly of him, even after so many months as his captain. Truly, you exemplify Christ's plan.
What a time skip. 3 weeks later.
The baptism will soon begin.
Okay, among the political and social consequence of Gudrun's baptism was his ascension to royalty. For Alfred gave him East Anglia. But it was an act of great generosity. Alfred's decision was politically motivated. Yeah, at least they can, like, unite. Okay, let's follow Alfred into the church.
Jarl Guthrum, to have you come in peace to us fills my heart with joy.
You seem well, Elrich. Freedom agrees with you.
As a life in the service of Christ will agree with you.
Indeed. Let us delay this happy occasion no longer.
I should take my place amongst the faithful.
Si igita vis ad vitam ingredi, serva mandate. Diligus dominum diem tuum ex toto cortu, et ex tota animatua, et ex totement tua, et proximum tuum sicut typsum. Amen. Axapi signum crucis tam in front, quam in cord, sum fidem plastium preceptorum, et talis esto moribus, ab templum Deum es possis.
Amen.
Amen.
It's amen? It's not amen? Like opening your mouth? Ah. Brother Elric's safe return with the relic from the Isles of El gives new support to Alfred's political something. With Gudrun's now baptized, the stage is set for a new era of peace and prosperity between the two Christian kings. A barter for peace completed. Peace restored. Reward unlocked. Early medieval tattoo set. For Eivor. Alright. The next one is Alfred's legacy. King Alfred can't afford to rest on his laurels if he wants to hold the Vikings at bay. Elric's testimony will be key to overcoming Alfred's biggest obstacle. The noblemen of Witan, who seek to curb Alfred's power at all costs. Okay, let's explore freely for now. So we can get all these points of interest. Okay, I should probably get these based on which the closest. Let's get this, and I can teleport to these three. My game just got smashed. Alright, thanks, game. I guess it does happen. Alright, give a minute. I guess I'll relaunch the game. Oh man. Yeah, game crash. Ugh, just loading it again. Well, can't wait to play Elden Ring in 2 days. Alright, which one would I go in for? Let's go for that one. Then I'll probably jump back down here, gather one down here, then go in the middle and grab these. Sounds like the plan. Please don't crash on me again, game. Let's see, the city of Winchester. City of Winchester has a long history stretching back centuries. The Anglo-Saxon period was an important religious and political center. The Bluetooth stands for Harald's Bluetooth, a 10th century Danish king. Really? Oh yeah, because Bluetooth has that symbol. Okay, the Carls or freemen were non-aristocratic subjects of a kingdom. They mostly work in farming and agriculture, and there were many different social class and economic classes within the group. Cook and kitchen. It is thought that cooking was mainly done by men in Anglo-Saxon households. However, women and children may have helped in preparing the food. For the rich and powerful, cooking would have been done by slaves. Okay, let's go through here. I got that one already. Let's get these two. I can play Sigurd now. Eivyor's adopted brother. He is strong, fearless, and charismatic. Winchester garrison. Let's see. The Foyd or militia. Under Alfred's rule, each burn or fortified town would have been able to raise its own ford or militia of warriors. This meant that there was a constant military presence throughout the Kingdom of Wessex. There's one up there as well. Not sure if we're going to come back here later, but I can do a panoramic view too. Looks nice. Let's grab this one. The Borough. The Borough was a fortified town designed to protect nearby villages from enemies often found near rivers. Boroughs were equipped with fighters, barricades, and other means of defense against violent raids. Alright, cool. Let's collect these ones. Let's get these one down here. a seminary. The Seven Kingdoms. Well, when a chief grew powerful enough, he and his tribe would seek to subdue their neighbors, sometimes by violence, sometimes through alliances. These power struggles led to the creation of the First Kingdom. The legend of Anglo-Saxons in Britain begins with two brothers, Hengist and Horsa, exiled warriors from Germanic lands. They were said to have brought the Anglo-Saxon and Judish tribes to Britannia's shores. Okay, after we get this one, we get the last two that's over there. Long live the king. Alfred's the Great's royal makeover, a privilege, but mostly a challenge.
As King Alfred is an historical figure, artists and modelers had a lot of documentation to help with his design. With pre-established features, age, height, backstory kept as accurate as possible, his appearance had to represent his royal demeanor, but also his weakened state. He suffered from Crohn's disease. This contrast was made through the design of his clothes, hair, and facial features. As one of the main characters in AC Valhalla, seen up close in multiple cinematics, it was imperative to design every detail meticulously. So much so that it took 10 days to design his hair.
Wow. They did a good job. He does look pretty good as a king. Ooh, I can play as Rebecca Crane. She's the creator of the Animus 2.0. Yeah, let's play as her. We don't get to play as different characters. I want to play as modern day characters. Alright, it should be 2. So let's grab those 2. I can bump into these soldiers and it won't attack me. Okay, Anglo-Saxon bishops were far more than religious leaders in their given territories. They were also political elites. Sometimes they found themselves caught between two roles. Huh. The church divided the Christian world into dioceses, each overseen by bishop. The bishop was charged with ruling the diocese and ensuring the spiritual care of the faithful living within it. Okay, that's it, right? Alright, done with this. Let's move on to the next one, which is Alfred's legacy. Alfred's legacy. King Alfred can't afford to rest on his laurels. He wants to hold Vikings at bay. Elric's testimony will be key to overcoming Alfred's biggest obstacle, the nobleman of Witten, who seeks to curb Alfred's power at all costs. Just still playing this guy. Alfred's legacy. Brother Elric has found peace in Rookwood Abbey, but when King Alfred comes with a request, he must something.
Escaping the Isle of Ely with the relic. I was terrified. I was raised on a farm, then sent to the monastic school. So I had never seen anything else nor been anything else. And suddenly, I carried the weight of the souls of all my brothers and sisters in Christ, who had sacrificed themselves so that I might live to protect their sacred relic. It was unbearable. So when I was at my most weak and weary, I turned to my Lord and, as promised, he gave me rest. For that, I will be grateful to the end of my days.
Brother Elrich,
I have need of you.
Of course, my king. I serve at your command.
Then follow me at once. I apologize for my coming unannounced, but you'll understand I needed
the Eldermen. It is believed that the first Eldermen, or a class of Anglo-Saxon lords, were a member of the kin or family of a chieftain, later a king. The first Eldermen could have been the most powerful and charismatic followers of a chief.
Please, no apologies are necessary.
You see, time is of the essence, Elrich. I'm at war. On war with the Danes, yes, but also with the nobles of my realm.
There it is.
Surely you would not go to war against our fellows?
Not anymore. It is a political war I speak of. A war of the minds. Stubborn ones at that.
We have no shortage of stubbornness within the church as well.
These nobles refuse to understand that we must be united if we are to remain victorious over the Danes. And a united front means one person must speak for the many. But they see it as a grab for power, as if giving me the upper hand means undermining their authority. All I do only for the survival of our land, our people, for the kingdoms, whether it be Wessex, Northumbria, Mercia, even East Anglia. Our faith and our values are the same.
It is not me you must convince, my king. Without you, we would already be a faded memory, overwritten by the heathens' bloodshed.
It's our victory over Guthrum and the other Danes has given the Witan misplaced confidence. I cannot let their arrogance be our downfall. We need to be prepared for the next attack and all the ones to come.
What role could I play in convincing them?
You attended my court for many years. You know my heart. And I know you are loyal to our Lord above all others, as do they. They will not listen to me, but they cannot doubt our Lord's will. We need the bishop. Convince him to speak in my favor at the Witan. The other lords will have no choice but to approve my requests.
I am certain God will aid me in this endeavor.
Alright, a treaty with Guthrum. Some years after the Battle of Ennington and the Truce of Wetmore, a peace treaty was made between the West Saxon King Alfred, representing the Witan, a royal council, and King Guthrum, representing the people of East Anglia. The Thanes. The Thanes were the companions and retainers of people such as the king, members of the royal kin, aldermen, or even bishops. It seems that the term Thane related to a broad sense of aristocratic identity.
You take Tungjork's old residence?
Of course. You haven't been here since the reconstruction began. I'll lead you. This city is a superb example of the burghs I want to build all over Wessex. And eventually, all across the land. With strongholds like Winchester no more than a day's ride from every village, the common people will be protected.
We get more tea.
I've always loved these ruins. They're a perfect reminder of how any great nation will crumble when its people are divided.
Yet some of the city's walls are built on top of Roman-laid stone.
You have a sharp eye, Alfred. You see, the heathens are less likely to notice our fortifications if the walls we build them on have been there all along.
Ooh, look at this panoramic view.
Dominus autum centrum alpha liquidia domino. Signatra unis piat et peace.
It's King Alfred. King Alfred in our street. Welcome. Oh, welcome, Lord.
There he is. Think I can ask His Highness to fix up my outhouse?
You better watch your mouth if you don't want his guards to knock you over.
I do that well enough on my own.
I take infinite pride in our minster, the first church of my kingdom.
It's stunning. Though I admit, my heart yearns more for the simple comfort of your private sanctuary at Chippenham.
They serve different purposes. As the heart of the Diocese of Winchester, this church must welcome all who seek our Lord. I hope to expand it one day, but my priorities lie elsewhere for now.
My lord! My lord!
What is it, child?
My mum is ill. She won't get up. Please, oh please help her!
Take me to her.
How can Alfred knock the other child down?
I told her. I said, Mum, you're burning up. But she didn't want to leave the house. So I took her hand and we walked to see the sisters. But they say there's nothing they can do. Then I saw you, and I knew you could help. You're the king. My mum's told me you're close to God.
You are closer than me, according to the very words spoken by our Lord.
I'd never seen him up close. Handsome man.
King, have I died, Lord?
King Alfred's come to help us. Bless the Lord. We're saved.
Elrich, in your days as a healer, have you seen this type of ailment before?
I would have to take a closer look, but I trust our sisters can provide the best care for her.
My king? Am I dreaming?
Shh. Save your strength.
Oh, I can feel myself drifting away.
I will see that your daughter is well taken care of, should the need arise. May the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. Amen.
Amen.
Oh, thank you, my king. Thank you.
You are a good king.
I try to be there for my people. I cannot bear watching more innocent souls perish.
The rise of Alfred. Officials' accounts paint Alfred's great ascension to the throne as a valiant time of hardship and struggle. Historians are now revisiting these documents with a critical eye, since many of them were commissioned by Alfred himself.
I've seen my vision come to life, and yet we are still in harm's way. That's why I need the Witten's approval. We must build as many burhs, our strongholds, as necessary, spread across the land, with each of these strongholds overseen by trained men, able to protect us when the time comes.
You've thought this through.
I have. And yet I am being stifled by the very men supposed to support me. Thanks to our mills, I can ensure my people aren't out of bread. That is, only if I keep away from the loaves. I'm more fit to rule than to bake, I'm afraid.
It's a lot of following him around.
We've reached the bishop's residence. This is where I leave you. The nobles are waiting for me at the Witten Hall. I'm counting on you, Elrich.
I will get his approval, my lord.
Our future depends on it.
Alright, let's convince the bishop. Bishop's resident. I guess it's supposed to take me to go around. Hey Tammy, how's it going? Oh no. I'm getting barraged. Oh. Kings and clarity. The Christianization of Anglo-Saxons rested largely on the shoulder of aristocracy, especially kings and queens. Their influence, wealth, and military might support missionaries as they spread the word of God across England. How's it going, Tammy? Hope you've been well. Thanks for the hydrate. Ah, delicious. Oh. Come on. Let's talk
Brother,
to this guy.
I'm looking for the bishop.
What for?
It is a subject I need to discuss with the bishop alone, at once.
Suit yourself. He's over there reading the day's missives.
Let's go here.
Father, your king needs you.
It is customary for people to introduce themselves, young man.
I'm Brother Elrich of Runquda Abbey.
You saved our precious relic from the Isle of Ely.
Yes. Yes, I did. It was such a long time ago.
Yet here you stand. What brings you to Winchester?
King Alfred seeks the Lord's support to implement his laws with the nobles.
Far be it for any man to speak in the name of the Lord. What are these laws King Alfred is pushing?
See, King Alfred requires more control or claims to be the sole ruler. Not more control.
If he is to protect Wessex against the heathen threat, King Alfred needs the lords to trust his strategies to ensure we will withstand other attacks.
What kind of strategies?
Alfred wants to surrender to the heathens, wants to build fortified city.
He wants to extend the stronghold system he began with Winchester. He sees these burhs as the best answer against the heathen attacks. A way for every man and woman in the land to seek refuge.
But how can I be sure that I will be helping our Lord and not merely supporting one man's pride?
He wishes to unite people through faith.
King Alfred is a man of God. He wishes to unite the kingdoms through common faith in our Lord.
I can't deny that having a pious man at the helm of our kingdom has helped us spread the good word indeed. You have made a convincing case, brother. I believe Alfred is genuine in his intentions. I will discuss this matter with my brothers and come to a decision.
Meanwhile, Alfred is pleading his cause at the Witten. Hopefully I was able to convince...
My fellow good men, please heed my words.
What more can you possibly have to say?
We won the war! Let us lick our wounds and go home to our wives!
We've won a single battle, by the skin of our teeth. We must be ready when the heathens come back, because they will.
What if we just pay them to leave?
Paying the Danes tribute will only encourage them to stay and ask for more. Can't you see? I'm proposing a system that will allow us to be protected at all times.
army year round. Not just for my kingdom's sake, but for all of our sakes.
Oh, your ambitions are very clear, Lord Alfred.
Indeed. Can we trust you to lead our men?
This is preposterous. Have I not earned your trust?
My king, Bishop Danewolf wishes to speak.
Bishop, please.
I have come to voice the Church's support. Our Lord's will is in alignment with Alfred's intentions. If you are men of faith, you will give your assent.
Noble men, what say you?
Despite my doubts, I will not go against our Lord's wishes. You have my support.
And ours as well, for now.
Let it be known that the Witan agreed. To prove my good faith, allow me to demonstrate the efficacy of my strongholds. Please follow me.
What have you got in mind?
I'll take them to the beacon. When my watchmen respond, they will see that this system works. Elrich, I am immensely grateful for what you've done for me today.
Of course. I am honored you chose me.
Tell me, how could I ever repay my gratitude?
Well, I must admit, I feel like my purpose is elsewhere.
What do you mean?
I've lived with the Norsemen. I've built bonds with them. Seeing Adelson, Guthrum, baptized, showed me my true wish. I understand their ways, their thinking. The Danes are not ultimately lost, my lord. We can still save them, convert them. But I can't do it from Runkur Abbey.
Your devotion is inspiring. I'll see to it that you be relocated to another minster, Elrich. I have just the one in mind.
Thank you, my lord.
Oh, I just realized I'm playing as King Alfred now. I like how they really showcase the long trips.
My king! You can't. It's beneath you.
If I won't do it myself, then I cannot expect my people to.
Because I'm secretly an assassin. They call me the king of assassins. I like how there's a tutorial on how to climb. And as every king has, they have a torch. What? This is a synchronization point here. I could have just teleport up here. I like this place. Oh, just press E.
May this light be the symbol of a new beginning. The people will rise and take back the land that is rightfully theirs.
The Witan agreed to follow King Alfred's plan. The land of the Wessex will see Berts rise to protect its people. Meanwhile, brother Eldric rides toward Jorvik, where he can guide more Danes toward the Christian faith. Alfred's legacy completed. Legacy secured. Character unlock. Volka. New life, new lands. 14 years have passed. Thorstein and Gunhilda, now wealthy merchants in the bustling hub of trade between Vikings and Anglo-Saxons known as the city of Jorvik. Begin what should be a perfect day. Alright, let's go there. Alright, Jorvik's the last place to collect and learn about cool stuff. Alright, plot on screen just happened. 885 Jorvik, Anglo-Saxon
The
Britain.
sky should remain clear for this afternoon.
It's a shame they did not marry at dawn. Light brings beauty to the fore.
Is she anyone I know?
You can bid her good day the next time you spy a mirror.
Never fear. I'll have plenty of time for beauty while I help Edith prepare. You should not let Trig labor alone too long, lest he fail his husbandly duties at a crucial moment.
I need to spend some time in the shop. And then there's the matter of your gift.
The closest kept secret in all our 20 years of marriage. I'm impressed you've been able to hold your tongue.
You surprise me every day. I thought it time I returned the favor, at least once.
You already have. I may have grumbled when you woke me, but the sunrise was especially beautiful.
Tomorrow then, as well?
Let's get through today first.
Alright, who was in the army? A great number of diverse groups made up the so-called Great Heathen Army. Did they all come from Scandinavia? Recent research suggests that this was not the case. Okay, there's a lot of things here. Let's just go through and read each of these. After Scandinavians seized and settled in Jorvik, now called York, in 866 CE, archaeological evidence suggests that the town saw a period of great change and growth, a boom. Alright, the market of Coppergate. The town of Jorvik was a major commercial and international center. It owes part of success to its thriving crafts market. The neighborhood of Coppergate was a vibrant hub of culture, craftsmanship, and trade. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of these things here. Burb. The town of Jorvik was center of Nordic trade. There, Anglo-Saxons and Scandinavians exchanged not only the merchandise, but also culture, style, and fashion. Our animists translate skull, a dead language pretty much alive.
It seems that Vikings and Anglo-Saxons could roughly understand each other at the time, as both of their languages sounded similar and had diverged only a few centuries before. To help actors during the recordings, the voice design team relied on linguists such as runologist Maya Bakval of Uppsala University. Uppsala? That makes me kind of happy, that word. Lines were then written in 3 versions, in English, for context, in the original language, Latin, Old Norse, Old English, and in phonetics for accurate pronunciation. Pronunciation, like that. Interestingly, it felt quite natural for Icelandic actors to pronounce Old Norse. Well, they wouldn't need a dictionary if their great-great-great-great-grandparents were around to translate, though that would be very unlikely.
That's pretty cool. And the language team behind this game did a really great job. Before I go there, should I... Where am I? Let's just grab this and this before I hit the checkpoint. Starting with the closest one. Trade depot. In the early Middle Ages, the center of European trade moved from the Mediterranean to the Northern Seas. This brought goods and riches from all over the world to the Scandinavian town of Jorvik. Oops. Character unlock, King Alfred. Panoramic view. Oh yeah, look at that view. It feels nice. Stone sculptures. Many people sculpted stone to express religious belief or to celebrate individuals and events. The stunning works of art shed light on the lives of those that create them. Alright, let's... Alright, cargo ship, the Nor. The seafaring medieval Scandinavian people had many types of vessels, but the ones they probably used the most was the cargo ship. The ocean-going traders, sometimes called the Nor.
Trick! Started unloading without me, I see.
Oh, so let's go unload.
Heavy labor before getting married. Your bride won't want to seal the covenant with a kiss.
If you don't want me to sweat so much, you can help me move these wares to our stall.
I give you your freedom and you see fit to order me around. You're lucky I've no more expeditions to tempt you with.
Ah, Edith would never have it. She means to settle and raise a fine crop of golden-haired angles.
I've never dared ask what drew you to her. I know there are many fine Norse women who were devastated when you announced your betrothal.
Oh no.
She brought me to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I know that doesn't seem like much to some, yet she also thinks differently. Every conversation is a discovery of where our family traditions overlap and where they differ.
A meeting of hearts and minds, then. You're doubly blessed.
Thrice, Thorstein, for your friendship and our new trade partnership.
Your hard work made me a rich man. It's only fair I return the favor.
I'll just put it down. Complete the day's trade. I'll
have to make a few sales today to cover the cost of Trick's wedding gift.
I like how I'm talking.
Welcome to Jorvik. I have fine wools from across the sea, mead and honey from the lands to the south, and warm winter pelts from...
Good day. I've traveled from the Caliphate in search of gifts for the wedding of my daughter. I need 16 ells of wool, the pelt of a large bear, and 3...
You've heard true. Let me tally the cost.
Should I double my price, make a small profit, or sell him material? Sell him materials for the costs. I should make a small profit because he says the price is good, right? I would not make a profit.
For all those goods, I would ask a mere 2 ounces of gold.
You drive a hard bargain, but I've been assured your quality is second to none. All right, I'll pay your price.
I hope you'll send others to see me as well.
Because I'm a merchant. I'm supposed to be...
Good day to you, sir.
Negotiate
We're
fair.
looking for donations to help the sick and the poor. Do you have anything you could offer?
A noble cause, to be certain. Let me think.
Will I be able to afford it? I can only spare meat and smoked meat. Let's do that.
I can give you some mead and some meat to fill empty bellies. But I'm afraid I can do little more.
Any donation is welcome, brother. The Lord favors those who give joyfully.
Hopefully I'm making smart business choices. 1 hour later. 1 hour later. Had to say it like that.
Bjorn! It's been many months. How goes the northern trek?
Not well. The pigs are savages. The angles are little better. They all want something for nothing, with no middle ground.
Surely that's the nature of business, my friend. Finding a bargain that will work for everyone.
Not when I owe money to Guthrum, it isn't. Can I count on you, Thorstein? If his men come for me, will you stand by my side?
Take the cloak pins from that shelf and sell them in the marketplace. They'll fetch a fine price for little effort.
Enough to keep Guthrum happy while I find buyers for my other wares, to be sure. You've saved me again, brother. Thank you.
Hey, I'm nice this time. Bartering and hack silver. Even though coins were slowly becoming the main currency, barter remained a common tool of exchange. This style of trade implied a system, however informal, that measured the equivalent value of goods. It's hard to know what's it's worth. I think you need to be experienced. Okay, let's go this way. Do I need to go over here though? Okay, what can I grab on the way there? Or I can just teleport there. Let's grab that and just teleport there, I guess. Jorvik's architecture, a booming city under Viking rule.
Jorvik, now called York, is a great example of how Anglo-Saxon and Norse civilizations merged over time. Its multiple docks and narrow streets filled with exotic supplies welcomed international traders year-round. To represent this thriving hub, level artists and level designers used Coppergate, one of the city's most notorious landmarks. Known at the time as the Cup Street, where merchants sold handmade cups and pots, it was taken as a reference and extended to the rest of the town. With its small wooden houses and stalls tightly built together, Jorvik clashes with stone-built Anglo-Saxon towns.
Alright, let's teleport. There was only 3 behind the scenes. Kinda sad. Go this way. There's no damage, so I can just fall. I'm a strong trader.
Hello. I would like to commission a runestone to commemorate many years of happiness and success with my wife.
A fine choice with many options.
I was afraid of that. Show me.
First, you will need to select the type of stone. First, you will need to select the type of...
For what? I wasn't paying attention. Limestone?
I'll go with limestone.
An unusual choice, but no less versatile. It will draw the attention you seek, to be sure. Is that the type of stone you...
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Then let us continue. Now you will need to choose what you want engraved on your runestone.
Hilda loved me when I was in Stavanger.
Since she loves you still, it must be some loving. Is this the inscription?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I'll get started on it right away.
Oh
Your
no,
wife
phone call.
is sure to be happy with the results. All that remains is to confirm the design you would like me to carve for you.
Gladly.
Do I choose which one? Choose a design. I'll choose this one. It looks cooler.
This looks like a nicely hewn runestone.
It is tall and proud. A runestone will declare your words to the world for all the ages. It is a symbol of strength, wealth, and remembrance. Do you want a runestone for your wife?
Sure.
A good, solid runestone will soon be yours then. I am certain your wife will be delighted with the results. Then we are all done.
I think she's a Viking Norse at heart. Okay, let's find Tigger. This is a fast teleportation thing, which there is not. Okay, let's get these two.
That's the feeling. It's truth that say over the heat window don't forbid this man.
It's beware, yes, where. If anasi plulicis. If thou shalt be dare minstre on bid. Somniat pers, de brotru, vadat somne.
Okay, let's go to this one really quick. Bioarchaeology. Bioarchaeology is the study of the past through human remains. By examining the remains like bones and skeleton, bioarchaeologists can gain insight into past societies. The Coastal Trader. The Coastal Trader was a light, practical Norse ship designed to carry cargo. Easy to handle, she weighs so little that she could be pulled onto the shore or even carried onto the Viking's shoulder from one current to the next. Alright, let's talk to them.
Well, you made it. And it seems you washed. Both admirable qualities in a husband.
I try to hold myself to some kind of standard.
The trick is to let it slip, little by little, as the years go by.
Is this truly your advice on how to begin a marriage?
No, my friend. It's advice on how to end one.
When the threads get tangled like that, you need to take a walk to cool your head. One small move and you'll need
The Cross and the Hammer. Many stone monuments have been found in the Dane law. Some are engraved by both Christian and heathen symbols, suggesting that many Anglo-Scandinavians held onto the pagan beliefs even after they become Christian.
Come back with a clear head and you'll find the shuttle is more agreeable as well.
Oh, these are all the characters out here. Okay, let's go here. Let's get this. This is the last behind the scenes, I think. York the Haunted. Don't walk alone at night.
I don't know if you like rumours, but I do, and rumour has it York is one of England's most haunted cities. Built by the Romans, it's said that ghosts of fallen soldiers still roam the city, inspiring a locally brewed beverage, the Centurion's Ghost. Must be a pale ale. To emulate this mystical atmosphere, level designers took the opportunity to place an underground location, reusing Roman-era abandoned sewers. It's a way for players to walk around unnoticed. But what if those ghost rumours are true? They're not true. Ghosts don't exist. Sleep well.
Or do they? Alright, that's the last behind the scenes. talk to the guests.
What a vision stands before me. But of course, my wife had a...
Ever the flatterer, Thorstein. Don't you know I'm soon to be a married woman?
Which is why I must get all of my compliments in now, before you turn as haggard as Gunhild.
One of these days, she won't forgive you for these, Jeff.
Then on that day, I hope the gods themselves will intervene. Father Elrich, Trig brought me to one of those Christian gatherings last week. I didn't understand a word of it, but your conviction was riveting.
You honor me, Thorstein. Praise from the merchant with the silver tongue speaks volumes to my success in keeping...
It's a task you are most well suited for.
I try, my son.
Alright, wedding time.
Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here today to witness a merging of the traditions of Northumbria and Norway, as Trig and Edith begin their new life together. Here, where Edith's mother and father are buried, may they give their blessing to this holy union as they watch from within the Lord's sight. Love is patient and kind. It is not boastful or proud. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. Trig, do you take Edith to be your wife, here in the sight of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
I do.
Edith, do you take Trig to be your husband, with Almighty God and your parents' souls as witness?
I do.
Then let no man separate what God has joined together. For yours is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
May Freya bless you with many children, and Thor protect you from life's storms.
Thank you, my friends.
Alright, I guess that's about it.
So happy for
Let's go home.
them.
Marriage between peoples. Marriage was seen mainly as an exchange between two families, a business transaction. While this might suggest that the feeling of the wedded counted for little, love could still have played a key role in forging initial alliance.
Marriage will be as long and prosperous as ours.
I don't know about that. There's a new baker in Coppergate who's quite caught my eye.
Then I suppose I'd best learn to bake.
Thorstein! I've been looking everywhere. I said you would vouch for me, but they want the gold now.
Slow down, Bjorn. We'll talk to them together.
I fear they want to do more than talk, brother.
My husband and I are on our way home.
This won't take long, I promise. Keep that delicious stew of yours by the fire, and I'll be back before you can lay out the bowl.
If you don't have him home before moonrise, I will come and find you. You won't like what happens after that.
Please, Thorstein, quickly!
Keep the hearth warm for me, my love.
Nomen oxan edris and tame for bardon don setel ake.
Gohan waited for Thorstein to return. Uh-oh. This is an actual section? Not a loading screen, right? Nightmares?
You coddle him, my love. He's a grown man, not an errant child.
Slaves talk, Gunhilda. If he returns to his family and says we mistreated him, I might find myself in a duel.
No duels until you've worked on your swordsmanship.
Alright, I guess we'll keep going in.
Where are you? Thorstein? Thorstein, wait!
I should know better than to ever doubt you.
Thorstein, where are you? Let me help you!
Oh, what? Did I just go poof? Oh no. Thorstein has disappeared, and Gilhilda is bereft. As the day turned to years, she had only one goal: to discover her husband's fate and, if necessary, to avenge him. Wow. What a plot twist. New life, new lands. Completed. Day completed. Discovery Settlement Pack. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'll probably do the new one. And then whatever's left, I'll just get it. Thorstein awakes in an unfamiliar land. His memory's gone to discover what he had lost. He will have to sacrifice the unthinkable and in confronting fate once and for all. Except that he will forever be bound by it. That sounds so vague. But that's the hook. You want to know what happens. Where fates align. Thorstein is alone in a strange place, unaware of the events that led him here. Led him there. He must find a way to remember. So amnesia. How did he get there in the first place? Unknown. This looks more like north.
How are you so quick to forget? I don't trust him.
What happened? I was just... I can't remember.
Do you have a map? Wait, isn't this? Oh, Jotunheim. Oh wow, there's new things here. There's 4 of them. I only see 3 though. Oh, there's one up here as well. Okay. Observe your surroundings. Yeah, this is Jotunheim. Why am I here? Okay, whatever. I guess I'll go up there. Do I have a mount? Is it a regular horse? An elk? It's an elk, right? Of course it would be.
You! Come over here! Don't be shy!
Thor? Hi?
Where am I?
Jotunheim, land of the giants. Loki thought it would be fun to play a trick on you humans.
Is this
I need
historically
a
accurate?
word with him.
Feisty! Don't waste your time. Loki's always up to no good. He probably did it so I wouldn't notice him stealing my stuff. And the scoundrel was right.
This must be a dream.
Loki the Trickster. Of all the Scandinavian deities, Loki was the most chaotic and unpredictable. With his cunning intelligence, tremendous magical powers, and shape-shifting abilities, he could do whatever he wanted. I want to do that. Did you just jump on my...
I wish it
No.
was. Then I wouldn't be stuck cleaning up Loki's messes anymore. Come.
Hold on. Loki, Jotunheim. Are you supposed to be Thor, the giant slayer?
What do you mean supposed to be? I am Thor.
I'll have to take your word for it. My mind feels like someone's poked holes in it.
Do not worry about that. We will have to restore your memory to find out where you belong anyway. But first, you must help me.
What could I possibly do that the god of the people cannot?
I need you to find my gauntlets and belt. Without them, I cannot use my hammer. And without my hammer, I would not last long in a village full of giants. So I need you to handle it. Once you get my thing...
Okay, the Thor, Lord of Thunder. Thor was a warrior, god of thunder. He fought with Mjolnir, a powerful and magical hammer. Thor was also a god of fertility, as a chariot crossed the sky, pulled by 2 goats. He brought storms and rains that fed the fields. Okay. I'm assuming his stuff are up there, but he wanted me to walk out. Thanks, Thor. Yggdrasil, the world tree. In Norse mythology, Yggdrasil, the world tree, was the backbone of the entire universe. The tree was older than creation itself. It was believed that the 9 worlds of Norse mythology were held within Yggdrasil's roots and branches.
Giants.
Giants, children of Ymir. In Norse mythology, the very first being was called Ymir. Ymir was created when fire met and melted ice. The race of giants, Jotnir, are said to have been born from the sweat of Ymir's armpits. Really? Harsh place. Yeah, this is interesting stuff.
What's an ankle biter doing here? Are you lost, human?
Yes.
They seem much more peaceful than in the sagas.
Okay, they're both up there. How am I supposed to get up there? Just climb. Not there, apparently. That was a ladder.
Must be Thor's belt.
Found his belt. Can't attack, so I can't break stuff. At least I can jump down. Oh, I have a colorful bird. Looks like an armored bird too. Actually, kind of cool.
This barrel seems refreshing. And a great place to hide something.
Mead was a sacred drink for the Norse people. It was made from fermented honey, water, and spice. According to legend, the very first mead had another ingredient, blood. It also had magical powers and could give the gift of poetry. I want to try mead. Since it's kind of sweet, right? Is it good? I hope it doesn't taste like ass.
Gloves? It's back to Thor now.
Okay, I guess the fastest way is to actually run there. And someone took a photo. Oh, that's cute. Telly 94. How's it going? Okay, noted. To make poetry, you need to drink blood. I think that's... I guess. But it could be also considered mead. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome to my playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Where even when I'm doing the discovery quest, I'm still doing fetch quests as well. Alright, Thor,
What's
here's
your
your stuff.
problem with those giants? They seem pretty peaceful to me.
They belittled me. All right, let's go.
Are we going to Midgard?
Oh, to Mimir as well. Must be certain Midgard is where you're meant to be. Mimir will know.
His name sounds familiar.
As far back as I can remember, my father Odin has craved knowledge and wisdom of any kind. But he came to be obsessed with his future, and more especially his own downfall. So he too drank the well's magical water. But to access it, he had to sacrifice his eye to
Oh, I was
Mimir,
talking about Odin,
the well's
or Havi.
guardian.
I see. Pay a toll to acquire what you seek.
Exactly. You must be prepared. You won't get out of there the same as you've entered.
Do you know what you will sacrifice?
It will take some thought.
A sacrifice for wisdom. The god Odin hungered for secret and mysterious knowledge. To sate his appetite for wisdom, he would do or give anything. Do I follow you? I guess I'll talk to you.
Here we are. Off you go.
You're not coming with me.
Do you really need more hand-holding? Go. I will wait for you. Oh, and be respectful. Mimir doesn't have the same tolerance for mortals that I do.
I can talk to people. Hello.
What happened?
I sacrificed the only thing I had. My hammer, my...
Mimir didn't grant you the knowledge you sought?
I wanted to best my enemies. To see the looks on their faces as all their plans came to naught. Now what's the point of outwitting your foes if they'll never even know it?
Ah, I see.
Be careful. Learn from my mistake.
Oh. Well, shouldn't have done that. Alright. Let's see. The Well of Mimir. At the very bottom of the tree world was the Well of Mimir, or Mimir Brunner. According to Norse myth, the water of the well was magical. Those who drank it would be given great knowledge at a terrible price. Also, it's just knowledge. Timon as hostage and Bellamy lost his head. Oh no. Oh, Mimir was the god of knowledge, but he lost his head. Makoto, how's it going? Brunner. Brunnen also means well in German. Wow, I feel like all these languages like intertwine with each other. Yeah, welcome to another Assassin's Creed lecture. I feel like I'm not really doing lecture stuff, just living throughout the story of these mythical stuff.
I know what you seek. Reveal your sacrifice, and your desire may be granted.
Yeah, I didn't expect all this.
As I know nothing of my past, and own nothing of value, I can only sacrifice my future.
Oh no. Is that how he got
Reaching the
isekai'd?
great hall of Odin upon my death would be the greatest honor. Wise Mimir, I sacrifice to you my chance to ever enter Valhalla.
Thorstein of Midgard, you have chosen to sacrifice any hope to fight alongside Odin at Ragnarok.
Oh, so I would not see him at
Let
Ragnarok.
it be so. You may drink from my waters now, and remember your past.
This is also historically accurate.
The betrayal of someone close has brought you here.
I died.
Oh, he died.
Bjorn. Bjorn did this to me. Why?
You have the answers you sought.
No, I need to know. What happened to Gunhilda?
You cannot drink again. You have nothing left to sacrifice.
Wait! Mimir, come back!
So he's basically dead. Oh man.
Hilda, now that I finally remember your face, is seeing you again the future I gave up?
The Old Norse idea of self. Ancient Scandinavians believed that magical beings coexisted peacefully within every human. Each of these spirits had a role that contributed to making a person unique and whole. Let's see. It made up 2 parts: self. The hunger was individual, passionality, conscious, mental. But the ideas part to self-form a link between each mortal magical web of the cosmos. It's pretty complex. It's like psychology stuff here. Kind of like the id. The lands of the dead. Medieval Scandinavians believed that the deceased were assigned to a specific resting place located somewhere throughout the branches and roots of Yggdrasil, the cosmic tree where they lived in death depended on how they lived in life. Okay, I got everything here already, right? Okay, just to go out. Yeah, I don't think he should have sacrificed his future just for knowing what happened to him. I know, it's pretty tough. I didn't expect this to happen to Thorenstein though, but let's see what happens to him now. Oh, panoramic view. Yes, let's look at everything. I like how the tree is so big you can't exactly see the whole thing. Alright, Thor, what happened? Tell me.
You knew I was dead all along?
There was a high chance, yes. I do not know of death as you humans do. To us gods, death is only part of an endless cycle of rebirth. Until Ragnarok, that is.
Well, I don't have that privilege. What am I to do now?
I can take you to the Norns. Only they will know where you ought to go.
I'm tired of being thrown around like a wet cloth. Is this the god's humor?
Only Loki's. I hate that he's using my people against me. You were caught in the middle, and I am sorry.
Your excuses won't bring me back to life.
There! My faithful goats Tangrisnir and Tangnjoster will take us to Asgard, to the Norns.
This is your chariot?
You cannot see its true form. Do not be fooled by my goat's sides. They are mightier than 100 giants. Shall we go?
Sure, take me there.
Yes. I can't stand the sight of this place anymore.
So I sacrifice my future where he won't be saved and fight alongside Odin or Havi. They ride towards the well of Ydri where the Norse weaves the threads of destiny. Michael says, in the Percy Jackson universe, Thor just nicknames these goats Marvin and Otis. Really? The very same one? That's from Thor? Fate was considered the most powerful force in cosmos. Magical, self-conscious flow of energy linked everything and everyone together. Unstoppable and uncompromising. Fate dragged everyone through space and time. The multiverse? Game of Legends says time will come when harmony, universe collapse in a fight of cosmological proportion. Is that Ragnarok? Here, Vidir, son of Odin, avenging his father's death by killing a monstrous wolf Vanir. Vidar. Is that also Thor, or is it another son of Odin? Oh, so Odin's gonna get killed by a giant wolf. That's just fact now.
I see them.
Keepers of fate. The destiny of every being was intertwined, their fates knit together into a great fabric of existence. According to some legend, the tapestry of life was woven by the Norns, the keeper of fate. Legend says they lived in a well, the well of fate. That's actually pretty cool. I can pet cats here. Who's a cute little cat? Who's a cute little cat?
Would they really care for a mere mortal?
Oh, Marco says these two goats? That's funny. Marvin and Otis. Why those names? It's so random. There you go.
A human in the well of Urur. This I had to see for myself.
I've come to seek the Norns' counsel and find an end to this meander.
Of course. Another victim of Loki's mischief. I understand your frustration. We cannot approach the Norns.
These cats seem to have approached them just fine.
Mighty creatures, are they not? Loki brought them here. They entangled the threads. Your thread followed its course. Nothing can ever change your destiny.
What about my wife, Gunhilda? Do you know where she is?
I wouldn't care to know. You are in Asgard, talking to the All-Father, and all you can think of is your wife. You mortals have such one-trick minds. Take your questions to Freya, along with these cats of hers. She'll know how to indulge you.
Alright, fine, take me out of here.
Alright then. How do I get out of here?
It will take longer for me to explain than to just send you away. Good luck.
Come on, you're in front of Odin. A loading screen. I guess he needs to explain the concept of loading screens. Oh my god, these cats. Let's see. Oh my god, I still have stuff here to get and stuff. Okay. I guess let's get them all, I guess. Oh, so it's the last one. This is actually the last one. Alright, let's follow the cat trail then. I can talk to cats. Meow?
If these are Freya's cats, they must be leading to her.
What do I do? I just go. How does this work? Telly says, so cats are OP confirmed. Good to know. They are. I mean, if they're not killed by me, they're pretty much OP. Finish this quest. Archers and balloon busters. Okay. We're going to the top, so let's go up here. Don't think I can do balloon busters. Okay, the 9 realms. According to Norse myths, Yggdrasil, the world tree, was at the center of the universe. Everything existed around it, and all 9 worlds were grouped within its roots and branches. Alright, I unlocked a new character, Randavi.
Am I following them, or are they following me?
Good question. Huh. Alright, hopefully I get all of this before I leave this place. Across the Rainbow Bridge. The only way to reach Asgard, the realm of the gods, was by crossing the Rainbow Bridge. The Bifrost? The shimmering, flaming bridge was almost indestructible. It won't only be broken at Ragnarok, the end of days. Interesting. According to legend, Helmdall standing watch will one day see the enemies crossing the Bifrost. Okay. Man, this makes me excited to play Ragnarok. I want to play Ragnarok. But there's a lot of games at the moment. I don't think I can play it now. Gotta play Elden Ring first.
Freya must know that cats are better creatures than people. Never imagined I'd spend my afterlife leading a herd of cats.
I mean, some could say that's a dream come true.
I'm surprised they're even awake.
Are they supposed to be asleep? Marco says Bifrost in Old Norse means swinging sky road. I like that. Yeah, it has a certain charm to it.
I'm covered in cat hair now.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Pet and cat simulator. Let's go. It is kind of like a sky road.
My cats, come here, my darlings. I've looked all over for you.
Alright, let me, The goddess Freya. The goddess Freya was renowned for her stunning beauty. She cared for a woman in childbirth and was linked to fertility. Freya was also very skilled at magic. Let's see. A future from Freya. A usual way of getting around. She loves to surround herself with cats. Her chariots pulled by horses, but two massive blue and gray cats. Gifts from the Norse god Thunder, god of thunder, Thor. Pendant representing the goddess could have been used in ceremonies or offerings to honor her.
Goddess Freya, I've brought back...
Thank you. I'm surprised they followed you here. Who are you?
Thorstein of Midgard. The Allfather sent me to see you. I've died, and I have nowhere to go.
I see. Odin knows I cannot resist a stray in need. Listen, darling. Everyone has somewhere they ought to be. Even you. Follow me.
Destiny and ancestry. Each medieval Scandinavian possessed their own fixed and inevitable destiny. Since individual identity was deeply grounded in community and lineage, a person's destiny was tightly intertwined with that of their kin. That's a pretty cool tombstone. I wouldn't be mad if this was my tombstone. Telly says, if death consists of pen and cats, I need way less reasons than that. So just count me in. I know, right? Okay, let's follow her. I'm assuming...
But I've given up all hope of entering Valhalla.
Then you were never destined to reach Valhalla.
How so? I lived a good and honorable life. Don't I deserve an honorable death?
Maybe, just not in Odin's great home. You shall accompany me to Folkvanger, my home.
Will my wife be there? Have you seen Gunhilda?
I do not know, but if it's her fate, she will join you there.
I'd go through 1,000 deaths if it meant seeing her again.
Your love is true and strong. Your fates must be intertwined. All hope isn't lost, but I do not make promises of outcomes I cannot control.
If Loki hadn't interfered with my thread...
You would have ended up just where you are now, with or without Loki.
How can you tolerate his misdeeds? It's the...
The Volborg were known for their skills in divination. With knowledge passed down across generation women, these seers can journey through time and space, divining the future through magic and rituals. Oh. Read ruins, huh? Live a little bit on the fringe of society. Oh, I should reach them all. There's like one more left.
How can you tolerate his misdeeds? It's the one thing I never understood.
We are not to question it. It's just who he is. Loki, just as any of us, is a part of the greater scheme.
Like becoming
I know how
Balsam.
he must feel. I've wanted to rip that smug smile of his from his face more than once. Almost went through with it one day.
He must have done something awful.
The worst thing he could possibly do. He stole my dear Brissinger men.
One of your cats?
No, my necklace.
Oh.
Precious possession. I'd give anything for it. And I did. Because of Loki, 100 men gave their lives to Odin that day. But it was written. You cannot dwell on it.
So I never had a choice.
Exactly. You understand.
Land of the Dead 2. Scandinavian mythology was full of brave warriors whose glorious deeds earned them entry into Asgard, home of the gods. After death, but not all mortals were given this honor. Another fate awaited them. Really? Nilfheim. That's kind of like hell?
These doors will take you to Foltvanger, my kingdom. Afterlife of the slain and righteous. Just as luxurious as Odin's great hall.
Thank you.
Wait. I'm not ready to enter because I need to get this last one here. I think I should have gotten it when I had the chance then. Guys, jump down. It was right here. The myth of horned helmets. Let's learn more. We were lied to for 200 years.
I'm going to level with you now and prepare yourself. Vikings did not wear horned helmets. This dreadful misconception came from the Wagnerian opera The Ring of the Nibelung from 1876, but you knew that. Horned and winged helmets were at that stage part of the actors' costumes, a way for the warriors to seem more grandiose on stage. Ever since then, depictions of Vikings wearing big horned helmets were in plentiful supply, and this wrongful image has persisted to this day. Beside the fact that horned helmets would have been anything but practical on the battlefield, it seems that the very few ones found by archaeologists were only used for ritual purposes. So you can use that fact next time you want to ruin a Viking's Halloween party.
Huh. Party pooper, huh? Okay, so there's two. One's over here. Oh, man. Okay, fine. Because I head over there. Let's go. Michael says Wagner. There is an opera named after him near my town. Yeah, Wagner is... I hear that name a lot. I don't know what it means, but... I hear that name a lot throughout many games I played. Okay, should I... Oh, I went through here. I didn't go through... I didn't get that. Okay. Oh, it's a lot of climbing. Is that? Is that Veneer? I like how he's just chilling there. Oh, because he's already been lassoed. Is this where to keep the wolf? After I've beaten it? I didn't kill it, right? I just... Oh. Looks brutal. Oh. Just gonna tell us about it? Welcome to Asgard. Taking a bridge between the infinitely small and the infinitely big.
Being the land of mighty gods, Asgard had to be scaled accordingly. To create this sense of magnitude, level designers played on heights with towers that reach up into the sky to meet the immense branches of Yggdrasil, the mythical world tree. The wolf, Fenrir, went through the same fate. Indeed, the infamous beast is 10 times the size of a normal wolf, thanks to the character modelers. To set AC Valhalla's Asgard apart, developers focused on depicting the myths of the Viking sagas, with doors to other realms, Well of Norns, and so on, combined with glimpses of Eivor's past life and memories. A great shame it'll all be destroyed come Ragnarok.
Oh no, that's a big hint. Ragnarok, okay. Michael says, oh, to answer your questions, yes, Nilfheim is like hell where people get tortured. Oh, I unlock Sean Hastings. He's the narrator. I should play as him. It's fitting that he plays as these people. Where people get tortured, not to be confused with hell and the land of the dead that just died a normal death in their bed. Oh, okay, so they're both different. It's like hell, but it's not hell. Because hell with one L is quite different. And that's in Greek mythology, right? Sometimes I gotta be careful, because I kind of confuse Greek and Norse mythology from time to time. But after playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla, I feel like I learned a lot. The magic of video games. No, hell is also Norse mythology? Am I wrong? Hades would be the god of the dead in Greek. Really? But didn't... In Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I went to hell, right? And that's part of Norse mythology as well. Hades would be the god. What's the underworld in Odyssey called? Or is it just called the underworld? You went to hell with two? I went to hell? In 2 L's. Is it the land? I did? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I went to hell with 2 L's. Oh, that hell is... Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I understand. In Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I went to hell with 2 L's. And Hades was there. Okay. Hell with 1 L is different. That's part of Norse mythology. They also have hell with 1 L, and they also have... I forgot what is that called? Nilfheim. Nilfheim is like hell, where people just get tortured. Hell is just a place where normal people went to if they died. Like, if they died without honor, right? Without going down in battle, they'll go to hell with 1 E, right? Am I understanding this right? Well, what am I doing? Messed up. Alright. The underworld in Greek mythology is called Hades. Oh, okay. It's called Hades. I get confused because sometimes Hades is a character in the underworld, and it's also the name of the place too. You went to Hades. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for helping me differentiate the two. He's like, how are you even alive after that fall? Thorstein's just built different. Look at this guy. He's a massive Chad. Aw, what? Oh, what? Oh no. Did she die? At long last, Thorstein and Gunhilda are united in the fields of Folkvangor. Oh, so in a way, it's a kind of happy story. It's kind of tragic as well. Kind of bittersweet. The Vikings' journey has come to an end. No! Oh, that kind of sucks. I was hoping that he'll be able to, outlive his day. Where fates align. Lovers reunited. Words unlocked. Bagel, Gilling, Sword, Mythical Short Sword. Let's got a sword out of that I probably would never use. I got a new character, Loki. I can be Loki. I didn't even unlock everything. Thank you for playing Discovery Tour, the Viking Age. Pretty cool. I enjoyed it. Feeling adventurous? Explore the world to discover more. Earn rewards or replay our quests. Oh, my favorite part is following the bridge full of cats. Okay, I got everything here, right? All right, let's go quests. Is there a place I can just? Okay, I don't have to do any quests. I can just go different world. Jotunheim, Asgard. I think I got everything in Norway, right? I just need to get everything in England. I think England's like the last thing I need. Says, okay, those who died peaceful death go to hell. Those who need to be punished for their crimes go to Niflheim. Those who died a hero's death in battle goes to Valhalla. Wow, I feel like you should be teaching this course. You just summed up everything and answered my questions. Thank you. Alright, let's go up here. I'll probably go up there first, collect these 3. I'm good at doing that. And to check if I unlock everything, I look at this, right? I need to go 92 to unlock everything, so hopefully I get all of that. I can be Thor. But actually, I want to be Sean because I'm the one narrating this, right? Sean Hastings. Professor Sean Hastings. You can call me Professor Wolf. And they're all part of Norse mythology. Yeah, this is pretty fitting, because he is an assassin after all. But it makes me wonder if he can do all the assassin-y stuff. Oof. Also, I noticed Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a lot easier than Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You're basically indestructible in Valhalla. The move to Christianity. Over time, pagan Scandinavian settlers began to convert to Christianity. There are many reasons for this shift. Ooh, what are the reasons? Let's see. Settlers come from different places. Possible some of them had encountered Christians before. I guess it's just to fit in. This is all before the Crusade, right? Because I think I remember the Age of Crusaders were around after this. And they were doing something like persecuting everybody that's not a Christian. Alright. Michael says, and Folkvanir, the realm of death that is led by Freya, is the place for all virtuous girls and women whose husbands are not in Valhalla. Oh, okay. That's good. They have a place for everybody. Those angles of steel sure come in handy. You got that right. Yeah, Crusade began in 1095, if I remember correctly. Okay. How'd you know all this? Where'd you get your history lessons? A heathen army, war and politics. Anglo-Saxon church officials considered Scandinavians to be pagans through and through, and they even called them the Great Heathen Army. However, this army of heathens might have included Christians. I believe that. Not everybody's perfect. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Let's get those. Get the closest one. Oh, Marco says I'm in school. You actually. Wow, you must have a good teacher then, or you must have been really studious. I don't think I ever took a class on these kind of history. Are you talking about high school, or was it a college courses that you like actually picked out? Like you actually wanted to learn about that? The Mint of Jorvik. Jorvik had the first and only mint or place where coins are made. North of humble river Jorvik Mint was a sign of booming economy, also gave the town a lot of social political power. It says that two religions were beginning to mix and merge more and more with one another. Man, everything I did for Bjorn, he betrayed me in the end. Alright, let's go. Let's go over here first. Oh, middle school and high school? Wow. I don't think they ever taught us that. They taught us more of like world history as a whole, rather than focus more in like England's history. Maybe because you guys are on the same continent as England, you guys have to learn that land's history. While us Americans, I think we focus more on American history. Do you speak Viking? The Scandinavians left a deep mark on Anglo-Saxon's world. Their influence can still be felt today in English language itself. Yeah. The Old Norse word for village, by, still ends the name of many towns like Derby. Oh. The word plow used in farming comes from the Norse word plow. The word kid seen here meant young goat. Oh, in Norse. So when I say kid, I say young goat in Norse. It refers to both young goats and young humans. Ooh. These are only a few examples of many Viking words still used today. That's kind of cool. I like how I have a class that I need to study for, but I'm learning this instead. I guess I really know where my priorities lie. Says we don't really learn a certain country history just because it's close, because it matters for future events. Really? Ooh, give an example. Is it like you learn history so you don't make the mistake of the past? Is that how it goes? The Roman fortress. The Romans built the fortress of Iboracum in 71 CE to house their troops and secure their colony in Britannia. 8 centuries later, a fort was crumbling. This made it easier for Vikings to seize the town. Yeah, I remember that. This looks really good. I want to visit places like these in the future. And the settlements eventually becoming larger than Hedda Derby, Denmark, and Birka, Sweden. 2 famous Scandinavian commercial centers. Oh, this time has changed. Alright, let's see. Let's take these 2 and then split off. It says, like, we also learn about the U.S. history and Vietnam War and stuff like that. Oh, wow. You guys do? Yeah, that's considered world history. I think we learned a little bit of that stuff, too. We mostly learned World War I, World War II, Vietnam War. I think that's the extent of my world history lessons. Slavery, trading economy. Slavery played a large role in social and economic structure of both medieval Scandinavians and Anglo-Saxons. Color changed iron shackles. Wow, worn by slave. That's insane. As they conquered more territory and enslaved more people, slavery was not new. Christianity opposed slavery. There were many slaves in Anglo society. Slaves were used by Anglo-Saxons and Scandinavians for work in farm and construction. While slaves had no rights, after a time, some might be able to save enough money to buy their freedom. Oh, really? I feel like that would take forever. Michael says, yeah, that's basically it. Like every event in history is based on other events in history. Most laws that existed or once existed can be rooted back to historical mistakes. Yeah, I think that's good. Then I guess the country teaches history, so you don't make future mistakes. The town of Jorvik. The city of York has known many names throughout history. The Romans call it Eboracum. The Anglo-Saxon knew as Eoforwick after the great heathen army conquered the town in 866 CE. The Vikings gave it a new name, Jorvik. Oh, interesting. But it doesn't work. Yeah, I guess it depends on the people. I think it depends on the people. I feel like it helps somewhat but people will often repeat mistakes time and time again. That's why even in current situation, we're still making the mistake of the past as like a society in whole. Telly says, as a French, I think we have a pretty good global teaching for history. We're taught the world's history, not just the French history. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. French history, huh? I think the only French history I know was just playing Assassin's Creed. I forgot the name of that game. Unity? Yeah, Unity. Naming the land. This map shows a selection of locations in Anglo-Saxon Britain whose name the origin Old Norse. Scandinavians were not the only people to name their surroundings. Anglo-Saxons named their cities and towns before Vikings arrived and continued to rename them after the Vikings settled. For example, Roman town was that. Now to rename that to Jorvik. Yeah, that's confusing. Having stuff renamed. But I feel like it doesn't happen as much today. I think the only recent name change that I know of was Vietnam. When during the Vietnam War, when the North took over the South, they renamed the city Saigon to Ho Chi Minh City after the name of the leader communist at the time. In recent history, if you know the country Indonesia, they're moving their capital. Their current capital is known as Jakarta. They're changing it to a city that's in the east because Jakarta is slowly sinking. So I guess they're rebranding their capital. Now here's the last one. What's a wick? The modern city of York has many names throughout history. The Anglo-Saxons call it Everforwick. Scandinavians who seized it call it Jorvik. Both names offer a clue to the history of the city. Ooh, what does it mean? Skills like might indicate the way silver. Also, this thing might be a wick. Vic combined with root word for Viking means to belong to. Vikings may be called Vikings because they're traveling from a training center to training center, from Vic to Vic. Vic also means bay or inlet in Old Norse, which could also be the root of the word Viking. Cool. And that's it. Did I get all of them? Character unlock Thor! God of Thunder, God of the People, Giant Slayer, which is the most accurate. Alright, so yeah, I got all of it. Got all the learnings. Each piece of historical knowledge to unlock, to learn more behind the scenes. Explore the world to unlock them. Valhalla rewards. It's unique, offer reserved for DLC players only. Alright, cool. Looks like I got all of them. Got the blade. Got the bird. Ooh. Fine raven. Got tattoos. Got a horse. Got the sail. The Elderman set. Alright, cool. So I guess I'm done with the DLC. It only took me like a really long time. So let's oh shoot. I just want to go to title screen. I have to reload the whole game to go to the title screen? Alright. I guess I'll upload something else. Alright, Telly says, but I believe that it also has to do with the fact that a lot of European countries colonized it at some point in history. A lot of places in the world making us have an impact on history pretty much everywhere, therefore needing us to know what happened in the world as a whole. Oh, that does make sense, because there was a lot of colonization. I think like the French and the Europe colonized a lot of the world. But after that, they gave it back. I was wondering, what's the reason for giving back the country's independence? Is it because it's pretty hard to like maintain or rule over it since it's pretty far away? I'm just surprised that the world is not full of like Europeans because of the colonization thing. Mago says there was also an epic moment last year when a woman wanted to give a speech on a demonstration against COVID restriction, and she started her speech with saying she feels like Sophia Skrull, who was executed by Nazis in 1943 because she spread leaflets about the Nazi crimes and wanted people to get in the resistance. Everyone laughed about that woman. It really was legendary. Yeah, I don't know if comparing past events like that to COVID like matches up. I can imagine why she got a lot of flack for that. It's not the same thing. It's really different. We Germans were late in the colony game. Oh really? Yeah, I don't know too many history about the Germans. I think I already told you, but the only thing I know about German is the World War II and the whole Hitler saga. How do they teach that in school? I'm quite curious. If it doesn't seem offensive to you guys. What do you guys talk about? What, like the whole genocide and what Hitler did in school? I feel like universally it's like frown upon what Hitler did because he wanted genocide. But since the Germans were like really close to the roots, how do they feel about that? I'm pretty sure not all Germans feel the same way. Kelly says, in France, we too had a lot of people trying to compare Nazi stuff with how COVID was handled. It's so disrespectful. I don't understand those people, honestly. Yeah, it's really different. You can't compare that. There's no comparison to that. I feel like if you're doing that, you're kind of making a fool for yourself. A fool of yourself. Oh, what? What is this? I have new abilities? Oh, is this a new update? I think this is a new update. Oh my god, I forgot. This game just got like a 15 gig update like yesterday or today. I don't have the DLC, but I can at least play the skills, right? Oh man, the skills are not retroactive. All right, let's see what these skills. I can't even see what these skills are. They're blocked out. Oh, okay, I can see it right here. With Pose, with your offhand free, hitting an enemy immediately after a successful parry deals critical damage. Okay. Oh, so this is, you only have it's only good if you're using one-handed weapons. A single-hand versatility. Within seconds of ability ending, and with your offhand free, using another ability from the opposite ability wheel will not cost any adrenaline. Huh. Okay, so this mode promotes having your offhand free, like single-hand weapons. Cutting shot. Pressing an R alternate shot with any kind of bow will award some adrenaline. Huh. How about this one? Combat dive. You're immune to all rolling damages while performing a roll. Okay. Okay, how about these two skills? Single-hand defense. At full health with your offhand free, the first successful attack deals no damage to you and knocks them back. Okay. Heal on kill. Kill an enemy, restore some health. If you're at low health and have no rations. Okay, that's pretty cool. But I think I should probably get this. It's gonna be hard to get. Okay, mastery skills. I like using bows. I'm putting it all in bow. I should put one in Raven. Okay, Mako says, those people were just stupid. I just felt sorry for the little girl who was probably forced to talk about how she felt like Sophia Skrull, who had to hide from Nazi just because the girl couldn't invite friends over for her birthday. Aww. Yeah, I feel bad too. You got a nice tune to it at least. Okay, cool. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some of the combat training here. Like, this was part of the DLC. I'm doing it because there's an achievement tied to it, and I have to get all gold. I gotten gold on one of them, which is a Trial of the Bear. So we can do Trial of the Wolf and Trial of the Reed. Michael says, we also visited a concentration camp in 10th grade, and that was intense. Ooh, please share details about how that went, because I only learned it in the books about how savage the concentration camps were. But yeah, what did they like tell you about it and stuff? All right, let's see. Indirect kills eliminate all the guards. So what's indirect kills? Try to kill them indirectly. Is there a tutorial? What they tell me? Alright. Let's start the trial. I don't know what indirect kills are. Oh, like destroying the fire and stuff.
Stronger already.
Oh, what the hell? Okay, so how do I kill them indirectly? I have infinite arrows, which is good, I think.
I'll have to repair that.
I'm on fire. Okay. I'll wait for people to come closer. Oh my god, there's someone behind me. Excuse me. Come closer. Is this person dead? This person was on fire. I need to find a way to get up higher. Alright, Michael says it's very interesting to see. It was not destroyed like some other camps, but it's a museum. There are still some leftover things from people who are still imprisoned there. Like you go inside the room where they slept, you see a shoe or a glass. Ooh. And it was also possible to go inside a gas chamber, which was really scary because it just looks like a public shower. And you see so often at swimming pools. Oh, dang. I bet you that's where they were, like... where you think they were, like, doing the showers and stuff. But then they actually gas you while you're in the showers. That's kind of scary. Hello. There's a lot of fire here. So how do I just hit him with fire? How does this work? Oh, okay. Interesting. Does this work? Come towards me. Come towards me. Come on. It's hard to get a shot off me, right? Is that an indirect kill? Did I do it? Did I do it? No! How did I not get 2 indirect kills? I didn't like kill them. Dang it. Alright, let's try again. Michael says, but yeah, we German have really black humor. There's a saying, laughing until gassing. Oh my god. You mean like dark humor, right? It's okay. I don't... Wait. I want to do it again. What's battle energy? What can I do with those? Start a trial. I thought I did indirect kill for everybody. I didn't kill anyone directly. Yes, it's very dark. It's okay. Dark humor, I feel like it's an international thing. I don't think it's just Germans. Some people have darker humors than others, and that's normal. Okay. Okay. Naga says my dark view is so dark it works on a cotton farm. You should share some of your dark humor sometimes.
I feel great.
I'm quite curious how that would work. Shoot. Yeah. Here, get burned to death. Trying to light my fire so I can kill these guys. There's a lot.
Damn flames!
Oh my god, they're burning. Spread. Spread. I think this mode requires you to kill all of them indirectly. Please work. Please get burnt. Okay. Is there someone else? Die? Please die by fire. What if I... Did I do it? Give me that gold. Get me that gold. Yes! There you go. Jay, be lurking while I sleep. Alright. Thank you, Jay. You have a good night. Thanks for the lurk. Okay, restart, leave, trial selection. I think the hardest trial was the bear. Mako, have you tried the trials? This DLC or update? Styra, it's a wolf boy. Yes, it is wolf. How you doing, Styra? Yes, I've tried some, not all of them. I don't blame you. I heard this is like the hardest thing in the game. Okay, what's the Raven? Assassination, remain anonymous, steal all the artifacts. Oh, okay, so I have to be sneaky, and I can distract them. Okay, do assassination. Gotta remain anonymous. So that means I can't get caught, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, sorry, what you been up to? How you doing? Tegan and I are playing Lost Ark on a server you're on. Ooh, and Viscas. Yeah, I was wondering how you guys were playing. Are you guys using a VPN and making a Steam account? How you guys doing this? You guys gotta show me. Okay, let's see. So just assassination.
Thor lends me strength.
Oh my god. This might be hard. Oops. That's kind of loud. Okay, so this is a true stealth. Oh, what? You guys? No? No? No?
Wait a minute. Over there!
Oh, I failed. Dang it. How do I restart? Restart trial. How they found out? So it says, if you use VPN to claim the game, but when we're in the game itself, don't need a VPN. Yeah. You just need a VPN just to get the game. Yeah, Meal still has her Indonesian account. So she couldn't get the game, but she made another account which happens to be in the US, and then she can claim the game there and then go back to her regional account. So I guess it works like that. Not gonna see me this time, right? But how are you guys doing in that game? I've been playing that game like on and off whenever I have time, switching between games and all that. How do I mark them? I wish I could mark them. It makes it a lot easier if I mark them. I can whistle, right? Whistle's a very powerful tool. I think the only time I will use stealth in this game is probably this. No one's looking, right? Come here. Basically just started, finished the village. Burning from Demon Quest. Okay. I'm pretty sure you guys will get a lot further than me and Mio. Oh no, I failed! Dang it. Fudge cakes. We'll get this. Chat says we did play the beta test a while back and we enjoyed it. That's why we're playing now. Okay. Glad to hear it. It's fun. I'm enjoying it too. It was a rough start for me because it didn't feel as enjoyable. But after playing it for a bit, I'm starting to get the hang of it. I still wish to have a class where you can be a summoner and just summon. Use Raven more too.
Feel strong.
Here, just come here. Yeah, because if you ever played Path of Exile or Diablo 3, I like the Necromancer class. Or the Witch class. Where you can just summon enemies and just summon minions and they just kill everybody for you. Should I try to take out everybody on top first? Try to take off everybody on top. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna cross there. This is gonna be pretty hard. I can go there. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. Or is it?
Don't nod off.
It's gonna see me, right? Can I see me from there? Oh, I have a predator bow with no arrows. Man, last time I went there, I got caught. Okay, I'm just gonna use a whistle. There you go. I'm gonna take the artifacts here. Okay, just give you points. I can get those last after I took care of everybody without them knowing it was me. Let's see, Star says, do you want to make a Nazi bossy guild later in the future? I'll be down. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I get you. I've always been a rogue thief type of character, but Lost Ark's assassin role feels a little different than usual. There's two of them, right? There's a Slayer. No, what is it called? Demon Slayer? Demon Hunter. I think Demon Hunter, if you like melee, close range and stuff, that feels more like a rogue, assassin rogue. I like the Gunner class, but I feel like it's really, my cousin described it as sweaty. Because you try really hard. Okay, hopefully that person doesn't realize. Like, you have to micromanage a lot. While I feel like a class like Sorcerer, you just spam. Just spam to win, basically. There you go. Still many enemies left. Okay, as long as they're far away from each other, it should be okay. This is like the most assassinating I've ever done. Okay, let's go in here first. Okay, this one's moving. Can I go slowly through here? How do I go up there? Could use the birds. No, 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 no. No, 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 infected! No, I failed. I was almost done. Okay, the bird doesn't distract them. Oh my god. No. I might as well just finish. Trial ended? I didn't kill all of them though, did I? Oh, because I can't assassinate anymore. Oh. Alright, should I finish the high ones first? The high ones are usually the hardest ones. Uncle says, did you read Waterbend in my convo about differences in gym classes? Yeah, I did. I wanted to reply some of them, but I didn't want to break your flow of conversations. I saw your picture too of your knee. Was that like a before picture? That seems pretty intense. And how like your school wanted you to do feminine stuff. That kind of thing. But you prefer to play sports with the boys, right? Another picture of your knee. Like right now. Oh, what's gym class in the US like? I feel like it's pretty standard. Let's see. The middle and high school, it's basically mostly just doing stretches, running, and then we do sports. Like, I don't know how to do it. It's kind of strange. It's co-ed. They kind of let us do our own thing most of the time. Like, they split. Like every week we'll have a different sports to play, and we'll have different games running at the same time. It's really different. It doesn't do any like feminine stuff or anything. Or encourage us to do any feminine sports. Oh my god, how do I get this? This person's like already wary of me. Can I... Oh my god, what's my character doing? Okay, well. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me! I'll do this. Michael says, you actually learn how to... Ooh, this guy first. How to do sports? Or was it just like, here, take this basketball you have seen on TV and go? And they teach you the sports. They teach you the sports. I think television sometimes dramatize certain things. But yeah, they really teach you the sports. Okay, how do I don't know how to... Oh, I know how. Go up here first. jump up there. And then you do this. Oh wait, isn't there someone down there? Okay, don't use the raven. There's one up there. Alright, I can do this, come on. Okay, Michael says, okay, basic scene for us, you get to how to hold the ball, stuff like that, and get grades. Yeah, pretty much the same as you guys. But I don't think we have anything like ballerina, as far as my school goes. I think in high school you can choose what PE class you want. Like, I like basketball, so I chose basketball. Oh, what the? There's a person over there. I need to take care of this person somehow. Just don't get caught. If they see dead bodies, they're gonna like move around. Okay, get assassinations. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, frick. Are they coming? No. Oh god, he heard me. I should have been more quiet. That was scary. I almost failed my run there. Oh, that's pretty intense. Okay, Malco says we could choose from 5th to 7th grade what sports we want to do, but we had 4 hours of sports per week. So 2 hours were this sport, and then 2 hours of general gym class. Oh, okay, I always chose the table tennis. I've been playing that since I was 7th, so I got easy good grades. How are you graded on? Well, for us, we're mostly graded on participation. As long as you participate, you get an easy A. I remember I was so cocky that in PE class, they wanted us to write, what grade do you think you deserve? And I wrote, like, I deserve to get an A because I'm very athletic and I love sports and I do very sportsy things. Okay, how do I get this guy to come over here? Will he actually come? Oh, he actually comes. Okay, just one more down there, and I think I can assassinate everybody. Oh, the main goal is to steal all the artifacts. When you steal all the artifacts, it ends. I don't know how to get that one. How do I assassinate that guy? Oh, from above. Okay. No participation does not count at all. Usually the teacher let you do an exercise and you get graded for that. So does it depend on how well you do? Like you have to be able to do a certain thing, like say X amount of push-ups, right? Or be able to run this distance in this amount of time. Yes, it depends. Oh, okay. I think I would have liked that. I was a very physical, active person in school. A lot of my Peers are not like that, though. Okay, so let's not get all of them. Save that one for the last one. Hopefully this is the last assassination I need. Oh, I can mess up. I don't need all of it. Okay. I think this is the last one, right? I got all the assassination. I just need remain anonymous and take all the artifacts. Okay, so I didn't need to kill all of them. That's good. They let you get away with some to get gold. I remember I loved running back in like middle school. I was a really fast runner. I could run a mile in like 6 minutes, which is, I don't know what's the equivalent. 1 mile to kilometer. I'll be able to run 1.6 kilometer in 6 minutes. Now let's see, leave trial selection. Michael says, I can remember very well in 6th grade, we had to run 6 laps and then got graded based on how fast we were. It was a standard test, and our teacher said, if you can do it under 12 minutes, you get an A, but I doubt anyone, if you can do it. Wow, that sounds like a challenge. I feel like your guys' teaching were a bit more Spartan-like. Ours were very casual. I think American culture is like very baby-ish. They're like, oh, as long as you give it your best, you'll pass. Don't worry about it. That kind of thing.
My training is complete. I should return to Hilderan.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to finish it. Just do it. A challenge from the gods. Maybe I'll basically spend all my time playing Assassin's Creed. I said, maybe I'll play another game. Maybe I'll do some studying, but I think at this rate, I'm gonna end up playing this game until I finish everything. Like I said, I also felt challenged. Some felt like he was super unfair to say that we won't make it, but I took the challenge and made it in 11 minutes and 30. Nice. Yeah, I guess it depends on your personality. So some people might be like, oh, it's so hard, I don't think I can do it. And some people are like, I'll prove you wrong. I think that specific professor or PE teacher just wanted you to felt the challenge, you know. I think he was just trying to like taunt you a bit, saying that you can't do it and to prove him wrong. I actually don't know how much that was. I need to look it up. Is it in like 1 kilometer? Nowadays, I run just to stay fit. I don't know. After being introduced to video games, it's like, I'd rather play video games. They're more fun. But sometimes video games encourage you to, like, do physical activity as well.
Eivor, you return.
Yes, I did.
Here, I'm done.
You have done well. I have collected many treasures in my lifetime. I am willing to part with them, but only to Drengir I deem worthy.
I would be honored.
Ah, cool. So I can get stuff. Hilderan wares will exchange them for goods for energies you earn from the trials. That's a shield. Oh, nice. That's kind of cool. Blue flames. Tree cosmetics. Gain health on combo finisher. Lose health when hitting. When hitting with a melee attack. Increase melee damage when equipped. Oh, so you do extra damage at the cost of health. What kind of bow is this, though? I wish I can see what kind of bow this is. It's a wolf bow, right? Increase critical damage when hitting weak points. Maybe I'll get that one first, just to see what it is. I can get a flail. There's 2 bows. I think this is a longer bow. They're both wolf though. I'll get the bow first.
Feel free to return. As you continue your training by visiting more schools.
I should continue my training.
Alright, new Mastery Challenge shrines are now available. And how many Mastery shrines are there in the world? There's one down there. And there's one up there. Alright, so is there an easier one? Wait. How come suggested power is like 507? What is this? Did my options change? My gameplay experience change? Yes, give me more damage. Just moderate level scaling. Why is it harder? Yeah, let's do that. No level scaling. Parry timing window gives a lot. Brush with death. Why is that harder? I'll put it off. Apply. Oh, I have to reload the game. I guess I do. Let's see. Also felt challenge. Some felt. I actually don't know how much that was. I need to look it up. I think it was 2.4 kilometers, so 1.5 miles. Dang, that's actually pretty fast. Let's see. Let me see. Let me convert. So you did it in 11 minutes and 30. 11 minutes 30. Why can I not math right now? $11.5 equal 1.5 miles. I scale it down. How do I scale it down? Dang, I haven't done math in a while, so I'll just scuff it. I'll just double it. 23 minutes and 3 miles. 23 divided by 33. .33, which just doesn't matter. Same thing. 23. I mean, 3 minutes. Times .33. Okay, so you did roughly 7.5 minutes in a mile.
Rest soon enough.
That's pretty good. That's actually pretty fast. I give you props. Okay, let's go here. And there's no fast way to go there, so I have to. Yeah, my math is so scuffed. Oh, it's been a long time since I touched any form of math besides basic counting. Okay, let's go over there. Should I take the ship? Also, I'm still debating whether I should get the swordfish or not.
No No raising the sail here.
Oh, what? Just follow the river then. Might go faster. I used to be able to run the whole kilometer in 4 minutes when I was 17, 18, but I'm slower now. Don't worry about it. It's normal. You're not even that old. I'm pretty sure you can still do it if you just trained a little bit. I think kids can do it because they have a lot of energy and they're younger. I feel like since when you get older and you have like a lot of responsibilities, it's kind of hard to make time to do physical activity. So, and plus you got no one to push you to keep doing it, like school. I feel like in school they always push you to do physical activity because that's part of the curriculum, you know. All right, gather more medals. Okay, let's do Trial of the Bear. Fire damage, fall damage kills. Oh my god, fall damage. Fire and fall is going to be the hardest part for me. Harpoon, I can make him fall. Kick, I can make him fall. So I got more abilities, so this would be kind of nice. As long as I don't die. Yeah, kids in elementary school run and walk, take like 10 kilometers per day just because they're so active. They are in general. They have a lot of energy to burn, probably mostly because they're still growing and stuff. That's just how they are. I mean, certain adults can still do it if they train for it. They gotta train for it. And you know, and diet is not like a factor for them because they're still growing, so they can eat anything and they'll still grow up well. While adult, once you hit puberty and you like stop growing, you gotta watch what you eat now. Let's see, how do I do this? Oh shoot! Sorry, not mean to do that.
Let's end this.
Ah shoot! How do I kill you with 4 fall damage? Ooh.
Work with me.
Does that work?
I'll kill you. I'll keep the rat busy.
Ow. Oh my god, this is actually hard. I'll probably, if I'm like losing a certain amount of health, I can heal. Okay, so I gotta kill them with fire. I don't know how to kill them with fire. How to kick them. Is that killing them with fire? I don't know what happened. If a block fire comes up. Mama says, I remember the only time we got A for participation, that was in track and field class. In my town, there was a public run during a beer festival for 7.5 kilometers, and participating was not mandatory, but when you did it, it made it to the finish line, got an A. Oh, really? And that was the... Interesting.
I've got this. Remain steadfast. God damn you.
Okay, so I can kill you with fire.
I feel
by...
great.
I feel like... It's taking a while to die. Oh. It's so weird. I'm so confused. I need to eat a lot of these things. Should I kick him off? This is a perfect opportunity to kick him off. Why is my kick so strong?
Not much longer, corpse.
I feel like I need more enemies. know how to do this part. Hello? Okay, so I guess I'll make him come up here and then I'll toss him. Or do I just kick you off? Oh, they just died. Ooh. Excuse me, I'm just healing. That's it.
There's the target. Shoot it.
Nope. Oh. Scary. They're not very nice. Oh, they're not dead. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Do I need to parry? Oh, shoot. Oh. Okay, should I? Hopefully I'll be able to kill a lot of them. Because
Thor lends me strength.
I think I should kill with fire. Fire is the hardest thing. How do I kill with fire?
With me, brother.
Oh, shut up. This is really hard. Kill the target? Is there like a lot of target kills? Uncle says, I just realized Fantastic Beasts is releasing today. Oh, is it now? The third one? Is it the Dumbledore one? Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore? Okay. Wow. You guys get it a lot early. Ours doesn't come out until April 22nd. Oh no, April 15th, I mean. Okay. Weak points, eliminate our guards. Okay, I can do this. This could be easy for me. I'm so used to like super easy mode. Okay, let's see. Infinite arrows. Weak points and headshots. Yeah, look at that. Easy. Shoot. It's hard to hit them from here. Archery is like something I'm really good at. Probably because I have a mouse and keyboard. Mago says, I swear it was today, February 24th. Oh, so it's not out today? It happens. Maybe they delayed it. They delayed it and you didn't even know. don't beat yourself up on it. It's okay. One of my friends thought Elden Ring was coming out. It came out like yesterday. Oh my god. Can I not hit that? How do I get the headshot? Oh my god. Holy crap. Stop moving. There you go. Oh, it says that today, 27 years ago, Harry June jumped into the big lake for the second task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. Wow, you really remember that. I need to rewatch all the Harry Potter series. I think when I watched it, I was so young, I didn't understand much of the plot. All I saw was like magic, and I was like, ooh. Dang. Oh man, he just died. Where's your weak spot? Chest? No! I meant to hit him in the hand. There you go. Sometimes I feel like the auto aim can be a little strong. Weak points. It won't. Shoot, I only got like a little bit left. Hopefully I don't have to do it on all of them. I feel like I headshot a lot of them already. Ah, it's hard to hit his head from here. Oh no, I messed up!
Magic of Tetra just subscribed. Let's go.
Yo, Tetra, how's it going? Is that headshot? Did I finish it? I can't tell. Please tell me I got all the headshots at least. Come on! Yes! Got it. Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate that. Hope you've been well, Tetra. Alright, trial selection. I'm gonna try to combat again. It's not too hard. Wait, how many trials are there? SEV trials. What are they called again? Mastery challenges. But yeah, what's your plan for today? Tetra, if you don't mind me asking. There's actually 5 trials for each of them? Oh my god. That's insane. Which one am I? I'm at the bandit cat one, right? Mastery challenge. Alright, let's search for a guide. Oh, I can unlock the vault? Damn, this guy doesn't break into section though. There's only videos. No, let's do this one then. No abilities. Ledge assassination. Oh my god, air assassination. Okay, so I'm gonna do a lot of ledge and air for this one. Well, why do most unfunny comments on me always get the most upvotes on Reddit? I think you're the type of person that's like you're most funniest when you're not trying. That's how I think of it. I think it just means you're unconsciously funny. Or maybe you're funny when you're not trying? I don't know. I think that's really cool, to be honest. Okay. So you can... And I gotta remain anonymous. It's gonna be pretty hard. Okay, that's obviously a ledge one. My goal is to steal all the artifacts. If I jump and kill this guy, will it? Let's test it out. Right. As long as they stay there. Is this air or ledge? It's totally air. Unless I use a whistle. Oh, we have to use a whistle. Shoot. Give me arrows. Oh, they gave me arrows to break in here. It's kind of lame. I think. How do I... What? What? I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Should I do ledge first and then air? Oh, dang it, I have one where you had to move too. Oh my god, this is gonna be tricky. You gonna move? Please, no one else see this. else looking? Can I save? I can't save. I wish I could save. Who sees me? Oh, person. Oh, that's gonna be kind of hard. If I jump and assassinate her, will that person see me? That's the thing. Dang it. Can I fall on this rope? Dang it, some of these is pretty hard. I feel like out of place already. Oh, I need more air assassinations. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah, I didn't give enough time. Okay, Knuckle says, like the post asked, man, what's something you always want to ask a woman, but it would be too embarrassing to ask? Someone said, would you like to build Lego Star Wars sets with me? And I just answered, damn, you must be rich. What? What? I guess... I don't know. I guess by your tone, it must have sounded very sarcastic, you know? But I guess you weren't trying to be sarcastic at all. Dang, 3.1 up K votes for something like that. I need to start giving my opinion on Reddit now. What the That's a bug! How I could... Damn. I'm so unlucky. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god, these mastery trials. Wait, so what do I get for getting Odin's Eye? What do you get? Let's see that. Odin's Eye. Manga says, but it's not sarcastic at all. Those sets are expensive. The Def set costs €950. That's just facts. Or maybe it's not funny. It's just that a lot of people agrees with you. That person must be really expensive. Must be really rich. Yeah, as much as I love Legos, I don't think I'll be able to buy a lot of Lego sets. As a kid, Legos are like really fun. They're really fun. Nowadays, they're just like really expensive hobbies. Okay. There you go. Let's get all the ones that are easy to get first. What the? Come on. You don't see his fingers, so come over here. Okay, let's see. How do I do this part? This is a spot where I got spotted last time. Lego Star Wars Destroyer. Yeah. Lego Star Wars Destroyer costs 3.9k euro on Amazon? I think because they don't make it anymore. It has to. It's either the size of it or you can't make it anymore, so that's why. Therefore, it's really expensive. Do I just go up? How do I assassinate this guy? Just go up like this. Do you not see your comrade's friend down there? There you go. Okay, I think arrows like that so I can shoot this. I guess it's both the size and there aren't many, yeah. Usually if there's like supply, it's basically just supply and demand. If there's not a lot of those, and people want it, they will pay the price for it. That's the same thing for anything that's like collectibles. Like even Pokemon cards. Even comic books, you know? Comic books aren't really that, like, expensive or anything. They just cost a lot. I don't even know how to do this. Is that ledge? That's not ledge! Oh wait, I have to do air now. I finished it. Ooh. Don't spot me, don't spot me, don't spot me. Oh no! There's someone else? Who? God damn it. Ah. I'm sad. I'm really sad. Oh, these are so savage. I don't know if I should do this on my own time or do it on stream. Oh. I just gotta stay anonymous. That's all I gotta do. That's air, right? It's considered air. Oh, I almost fell. I guess it's faster the second time because I kind of know what to do. Stop it. Why does it do that? I don't know why it knocks him down when I jump up. And he's like super low res too. Probably when I kill him he's like high res. Assassinations. What? Who else sees me? Oh my god. Can you not hear me? Oh shit. There you go. Okay, so I just need air assassinations and I can just do regular assassination, I guess. Ooh! I can't shoot! I didn't! I'm too loud. I'm too loud. I'm gonna be here forever. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom, be right back. Okay, I decided I'm gonna do this on my own time because I want to play other games on stream. And it may. Can I not like quit? Why do I need to go to title screen? Exit trial. There you go. I'm gonna exit trial and I'm gonna. Let me save. Michael says, now you know why I don't play all the challenges. It's just annoying. Yeah, I'm a perfectionist. I'm playing a trial just to get gold. If there was an achievement that tells me I can just get bronze and not gold, I would go for it. Why do I have to be such an... why do I love achievements so much? It's right here. Mastery challenge. Get your first gold in a mastery gold challenge, or earn all gold medals available. Why? That's just pain. I'll probably use a guide. It's just, I don't know. I'll probably watch it and then try to replicate it. There's like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 different locations that I need to do. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Don't rage. Don't rage. You love Assassin's Creed. Remember, you love Assassin's Creed. Alright, this next game I'm going to play is called... It's an anime game. It's like this old 1980, 90 anime. I didn't finish it. I was playing it, but I didn't finish it. It's called Record of Lodos. I forced myself to watch the anime just so I know what it's about, but you really don't have to.